Testing.
Anything? All right, here we are. I'm talking.
I can hear you very well.
Hear you very well now. Switch microphones and oh, I had both on. That's why. Okay, that's that one. And the table. Hello, hello.
That sounds good on the table.
On the stand. Hello, hello. Test.
I can hear you.
Good, huh?
And my voice sounds pretty good there.
You sound loud
Yeah.
and a little echoey, a little feedback, but that's okay.
Test. That seems a little bit better. Yeah.
I'm not
What do you
sure.
think?
Maybe a tiny bit.
Can you confirm that there's nobody over the age of 18 in the room with you?
No.
Commissioner Green, how about you?
No one's in the room with me.
Thank you. Was it only two? All right, we're gonna do a roll call of attendance. Commissioner Cahill,
Here.
Commissioner Doyle,
Here.
Commissioner Elkins,
Here.
Commissioner Engbar,
Here.
Commissioner Goldberg,
Here.
Commissioner Green,
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Here.
Commissioner Poles,
Here.
Commissioner Riley,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor,
Here.
and I am here as well. Okay. One announcement, we are going to be moving action item 11.1, the 26 through 31 strategic plan, up on the agenda after the Pride 2026 resolution, as we have some folks who are here to present for us. Are there any other announcements? All right, moving on. Do we have any public comments? Okay.
I'm not sure if it's listed, but we have
Step up.
Oh,
To the mic? Yeah. Come on up to the mic. You have 3 minutes for public comment, so please just state your name.
And is this for an item? This is for items that are not on the agenda.
I don't see it listed specifically.
My name is Sarah Wieland and I'm representing the Occidental Community Council and just coming in to let you know that we have so much excitement in our small town, really hoping that you guys will consider funding the move, the relocation. There are so many reasons and we have a lot of people that have emailed responses to you, but we just want to let you know that we have some people in the room and many waiting to show up if we need to in August to let you know that the town and the towns around us would benefit greatly from an expansion. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to be moving into the rest of our agenda. We do have a very long agenda, so I'm going to ask the staff that unless you have something to add to your reports, you're welcome to come up for questions or comments, but we don't need a recap or a summary of what you've already shared with us. So item number 4.1, the Pride 2026 resolution. Is there a commissioner who'd like to read the Pride resolution for us? Commissioner Riley, would you like to read the resolution?
I would love to. Resolution Pride Month 2026, Sonoma County Library. Whereas June is recognized internationally as Pride Month, a time to celebrate the resilience, contributions, visibility, and dignity of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and other LGBTQIA+ individuals and communities. And whereas Sonoma County Library believes that every person deserves to feel seen, valued, respected, and safe in their community, and remains committed to fostering spaces of belonging, learning, discovery, and connection for all residents. And whereas libraries serve as trusted civic institutions that uphold intellectual freedom, equitable access to information, and the right of all people to see their lives, histories, and experiences reflected in collections, programs, and public spaces. And whereas LGBTQIA+ individuals continue to face discrimination, censorship, book challenges, social isolation, violence, and barriers to equitable treatment, particularly transgender and non-binary individuals, youth, and historically marginalized communities. And whereas Sonoma County Library recognizes the importance of protecting the freedom to read, learn, gather, and express identity without fear of erasure or exclusion, and affirms the value of diverse stories and perspectives in strengthening communities. And whereas Sonoma County Library celebrates the creativity, leadership, culture, history, and ongoing contributions of LGBTQIA+ community members throughout Sonoma County and beyond. And whereas Sonoma County Library remains committed year-round to supporting inclusive collections, educational opportunities, community partnerships, and welcoming environments that reflect the diversity of the communities we serve. Therefore, be it resolved that the Sonoma County Library Commission hereby recognizes and celebrates June 2026 as Pride Month and reaffirms its commitment to inclusion, equity, and intellectual freedom and belonging for LGBTQIA+ individuals and families throughout Sonoma County.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? May I have a motion?
Second.
Commissioner Goldberg and Commissioner Doyle. Questions or comments from the Commissioner McKenzie?
It's a question. In past years, some of us commissioners have been in the Pride Parade. And I don't have any information about that this year. Is there going to be a float, or this was the Santa Rosa one?
I can answer that question. So on the advice of our career advisory team, we have decided not to participate this year. There are other community organizations who are also not participating this year. And I can't really go into the details of why that decision was made, but it was in consultation with our staff and other community organizations.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Cahill,
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle,
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Engbar,
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I'll make it unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. We are now moving up item 11.1. The 2026-2031 strategic plan as part of the presentations. And we have hello.
Hello. Let me just have a tech moment to share my screen.
So if you
Director Tebow, would you like to do an introduction?
Sure. So we have Julia Prince, Elizabeth, I forget, we call her LB. She's a new consultant for the Ivy Group. And then Mark Fink is their library director consultant with the Ivy Group to present the strategic plan.
Great, thank you. Good to see you all again. Can we all see a title slide, or do we see my messy desktop?
Title slide.
Excellent. Okay, great. Well, hello again, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. And I just want to begin by thanking the Strategic Planning Committee for their time, their thoughtfulness, and their insight throughout this process. And to thank each of the over 7,000 individuals who contributed to the strategic plan that we're proud to share with you now. So tonight, we'll walk through how the plan came together, what we learned, and the highlights of the strategic plan, and we'll have some time for questions at the end. This library's direction is informed by the voices of the community. The plan is a culmination of what I understand is the library's most extensive engagement process ever in the last 9 months. And yes, there's definitely a metaphor in there about this process being 9 months long. We gathered input from, as I said, over 7,000 residents, community leaders, staff, partners, and you all, the Library Commission. And we heard from everyone. We heard from people who loved the library so much that they couldn't think of a single thing they'd change. We did draw some out of them with questions. To those who came prepared with a notebook of ideas to share about what could be done differently, and those who don't currently use the library, which is something I really must tip my hat to this group for that 1,008 non-users who took your community survey. That's really a number to be proud of and very difficult to do. And so this intentional focus on gathering many and diverse perspectives led to a plan that you can feel confident reflects your community and its voices. So what did we hear from all those people? We heard a lot. We delivered pages and pages of analysis on what we learned through conversation and data review. But there are 4 primary themes from that stakeholder and community engagement. We heard that the community is concerned about affordability and they seek a trusted place to gather, that theme of space and where can we be, where do we go, and where can we go that's free, something we heard again and again. We of course heard about how Sonoma County is experiencing profound demographic change. So why we plan for 5 years. We're not just planning for this moment, but we're looking ahead and thinking very carefully about what those changes will be. That's already being felt. We heard that there are educational, economic, and digital disparities that present barriers for many in Sonoma County, and that the library has a role to play there. And the joy of it all, there's joy to be found throughout, but what really stood out to us was that Sonoma County stands apart from its neighbors and its peers for its cultural vibrancy and community pride. So these themes are felt through each of the 5 focus areas of your strategic plan. So a note about structure of the plan, which I know you have provided in your meeting packet. The plan is divided into 5 focus areas. Those are our themes. They set the strategic priority. Every focus area has 3 supporting strategies. Those define the direction, and each strategy has at least 3 tactics. And we'll share a sampling of those with you this evening. Those tactics, that's the work, that's the action, that's the what do you mean by that? What are we going to do about it? And supporting all of these focus area strategies and tactics, we have a call out for operational excellence that sets priorities that will support the library's organizational effectiveness across all of these focus areas. And finally, one of those next steps still in development is an implementation dashboard. That is the operationalizing of the plan. That is the nitty-gritty of what do we start, when, who is in charge, how are we measuring it, what level of priority is this? So that is still to come. So rest assured that under these focus areas and strategies and tactics, your roadmap is supported with that operationalizing aspect as well. Mark?
So first, I want to also thank everybody that's in the room there and everyone that supported the work of the strategic plan. You have a plan and actionable items that you should all feel proud of. And the amount of community input that was provided is amazing. And it also shows the care and passion that Sonoma County residents have for their library system. So the 5 areas of focus are shown on this slide, and they are be the destination for free and essential connection, expand culturally aligned hyperlocal services, close community gaps in literacy, technology access, and employment, enhance facilities to promote equity and access, and finally, reimagine outreach and communications. We're going to walk through each one of these focus areas and provide you with strategies and some tactics. So the first focus area is be the destination for free and essential connection. So this is really about library as a place. The first strategy here on the left is highlighting the library as a vibrant space for fun, learning, and belonging. And one example of a tactic would be creating library spaces that are welcoming, where people feel comfortable and know that they belong. So you'll hear these, it's more than the library just being a space. It's really creating spaces where people feel safe and where they feel like there are people there that make them feel comfortable and that they feel belonged, and they feel that they belong when they're in the space. The second strategy is to foster social connections and strengthen community bonds through shared experiences. And one example of a tactic would be reevaluating volunteer opportunities to leverage community interest, align volunteer efforts with organizational needs, and to foster meaningful connections. So really take a look at those volunteer opportunities and see how they can support this area of focus. And finally, the third strategy here is making library spaces more accessible and comfortable by reducing barriers to use and simplifying processes. And a couple tactics here would include assessing and identifying alternative service hours to better align with community needs, and designating seating areas in libraries to accommodate noisier environments. So you have the quiet environments, but then you also have some of the more active environments in the library. So that's the strategies and some tactics for that first focus area. And then here we have a quote from a member of the community around this particular focus area, really talking about the library being a third place. One of the things that makes the library really special in Sonoma County as a third place is everything that's available at the library for free. And then on the next slide, for this area of focus, the impact will be measured with metrics and also with outcomes. Some examples of some metrics would include the number of people that visit the libraries, the number of study rooms and study pods that are available and how often they're occupied. And then also the number of people that are visiting libraries on evenings or on weekends. And then when it comes to an outcome, success will mean that residents can say that they feel welcome and that they belong at Sonoma County Library.
Next, we will focus on expanding culturally aligned hyperlocal services. And what that looks like is ensuring the collection meets the needs and expectations of the community. This is the stuff strategy. People want books from the library. And the first tactic against that strategy is to increase and reallocate the investment in collections to reduce wait times. People want things faster and provide high demand titles and formats patrons prefer. We want what we want, how we want it. Where can we meet that expectation? What can we shift around? We will embed local identity into library operations and offerings to increase patron joy and well-being. And one example of that joy to come will be hosting artist in residence programs to provide classes, workshops, and performances that showcase local creativity. And you are a gem of many communities bringing that art into the spaces. But of course, you are a library system. So another tactic is, while balancing the system-wide experience with the locally tailored program so that branches can, so that branches can respond to the unique needs of their communities. And finally, we will leverage library spaces and partnerships to connect residents with vital equity building services and resources. So it's not, you're not alone in this. You're not doing it all yourself. How do you bring you can bring your space to a partnership that's something you have to offer and work with your partners to expand your capacity. So a tactic there being offering library spaces for collaborative community programming, such as multi-agency service days, which I understand have already proven successful for you all, and pop-up services from those partners. Your community told us keep partnering with awesome organizations and people. They think you're awesome and the partners are awesome. Keep it up and of course, see what else can be done. And we would be remiss if we didn't bring it back to the stuff, the books. The richer our collection can be, the better, meeting that kind of core need and identity of library service. How will we measure it? As Mark mentioned, every single tactic in this plan will have a specific metric, maybe more attached to it. This is an overview of some of the impact metrics that will be applied to the tactics. So there's even more where this came from. We will measure patron satisfaction with the quality and variety of the digital collection specifically, the share of programs that are offered in Spanish, and meeting room occupancy rates. And an outcome is that residents can say, the library is a place where I enjoy spending time. They always have exactly what I'm looking for. Wouldn't that be great?
All right, the third area of focus is to close community gaps in literacy, technology access, and employment. And really, the library is seen by residents as the place that can really help remove some of those barriers that residents are facing. The first strategy is to maintain access to internet and technology both inside and outside the library. And one specific tactic under this strategy would be to expand free Wi-Fi and digital services using external internet access points. Another strategy is to advance childhood literacy across Sonoma County by leveraging the library's expertise and collaboration with schools and nonprofits. Again, this area of early childhood literacy from 0 to 5, really working with local nonprofits and doing all that can be done to increase early literacy rates in the county. Two tactics include fostering innovation by piloting new literacy programs or concepts at the library, and then also launching a Baby's First Library Card campaign. And then finally, the third strategy in this area is to prepare residents with career and life readiness skills. One example of a tactic would be to grow the Adult Literacy and English Language Partners Program to maximize offerings and impact. The program that the library already offers is very successful, so capitalizing on that success and also the goodwill that that program has in the county to look for ways to expand it so that more residents can take advantage of that service. And one community leader noted, we discovered very quickly that not everybody has internet access, or the bandwidth of what internet they do have was not sufficient for what the needs are. So when Julia and I were in Sonoma County and doing these interviews around the county, we saw this as a very prevalent trend. We made sure that we captured it here, and it's one of the areas that's being addressed with this area of focus. And then when it comes to how this will be measured, again, there's both qualitative and quantitative metrics that will be looked at. These could include things such as the number of Wi-Fi sessions that the library offers, participation in a 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten program as a new program that the library offers across the county. And then looking at adult learners engaged in adult literacy and English language partners. So digging into that program a little bit more to look at impact. And then for the outcome for this area of focus, success will mean that residents can say the library is working to make my community a stronger, more resilient place to live, learn, and work.
Next, enhance facilities to promote equity and access. One of the great assets of this library are your spaces, your buildings. You are more than your books and you are more than your spaces. But those are such an important component of your visibility and your impact in the community. So this focus area is about recognizing that and continuing to refine those. Here's a big one. Establish a physical library presence in coastal communities to expand access and deepen connection. That strategy would be supported by developing and advancing a plan for a physical location in Bodega Bay. So short line, big undertaking. You'll pilot library outposts to extend services and foster stronger relationships across the county. So the first step there would be designing an outpost model. You're going to pilot some outposts. What does that look like? What are the essential and most utilized library services for where they will be in those locations? And of course, this is a strategic plan, but you've got some other plans going on. You have a facilities master plan. So you will advance that facilities master plan to enhance and sustain library spaces that serve our community today and in the future. Something we've teased out there as a tactic is to identify funding to invest in resilient infrastructure, solar panels, EV chargers, generators, Wi-Fi backups, things like that. All about resilience these days. I love this quote. It's so simple. When I heard it in the room, I scrambled to write it down. I couldn't live without the library. I think they clutched their chest as they said it. And I think that's a bit of the hug I want us to take with us tonight. This plan lays out a lot of work for the upcoming years, but this is just a nice, simple, yet powerful, I think, statement of how the library's impact is also felt. But the impact must be measured as well as felt. To gauge success with enhancing facilities, we will look at the percent of residents who live within 10 miles of an SCL service point. Are you going to where the people are? Let's measure it. Engaging with community members for a number of engagements with community members for library programming. And the share of the ADA transition plan initiatives that exceed mandated compliance requirements. So really looking at assessing accessibility in that way. And at the end of these 5 years, or maybe a smidge sooner, we want residents to say, the library provides comprehensive service for my whole community.
And then our fifth and final area of focus is reimagining outreach and communications. I think one of the themes that we heard throughout this engagement has been the library offers so much, and residents know some of what the library offers, but there's so much more to learn about. So this is really an important area of focus to help current users understand what else they could do at the library, what other resources they could access, and it also focuses on reaching new library users in the county. So the first strategy is really expanding mobile services to increase access for a diverse population. I know that this initiative is already underway, so just looking at ways to continue with this commitment to be strategic in the way that the library can get to more places and meet people where they are. One specific tactic for this strategy is to identify and pursue funding opportunities to expand mobile services in areas of the county with limited access to library offerings. Another strategy is to develop targeted communications for key audiences. One of the things that can happen is when the library offers so many different things, sometimes everybody is getting a really long newsletter that has information that's for things that are happening at all the libraries and all the different services that are available. And for some folks, they don't get through all of that information. So having more targeted communications for key audiences is something that will just align services with users. And one tactic for that would be creating a comprehensive internal and external strategic communications and marketing plan to really identify who those key audiences are and understand what services they're interested in, and then provide information about those services that are aligned with what the library is doing. And then finally, the last strategy is to improve and promote our digital front door by reinvigorating our web presence. I really love that idea of the digital front door. It's the opportunity for the library to provide services to everybody 24 hours a day, and they can do it right from their computer or their smartphone. So one particular tactic for this area is to highlight the library's digital resources, recognizing online access as a valuable and convenient way to use the library.
We don't like it when people say, I don't use the library, I use Libby. That's using the library.
So one quote here from a resident: "It's very difficult living in a senior community because I don't have transportation. If there were a trip to the library, I'd be the first to sign up." So this is one way that the library could look at expanding access, but also maybe this is an opportunity to share information with this particular resident about services and resources that they can access online as well. And then finally, the way that this area of focus will be measured could include the number of people that attend outreach events around the county. We could measure patron satisfaction with marketing of library events, services, and resources, and also track the number of website visits and look to see if that increases. And then the outcome with this plan would look like success, meaning that residents can say, I know what's happening and what's coming up at the library. So those are the 5 areas of focus. And one of the underlying themes that really will make this happen is a focus on operational excellence. One of the things that you should all be so proud of is that patrons rated the library, rated satisfaction with the library at 97%. That's an outstanding statistic, and that just goes to show the good work that library staff is already doing and how much residents appreciate that. Also, this role around operational excellence is to focus the organizational direction and have staff work together to achieve the mission of the library. And then also to support staff so that they can continue delivering excellent people first service. And then finally, providing more ways for clear, connected, and transparent communication to happen throughout the organization.
Thank you all. The 9 months of work in 22 minutes. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, before we go to commissioner questions and comments, I'm going to take public comment first. You have 3 minutes for public comment. Would you please introduce yourself?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Cuda, and I'm a member of the Sonoma County Library Foundation. I'm here tonight to express our deep appreciation for the hard work the commission and the staff have invested in making this bold, expanded vision for our library. The foundation is eager to partner with you, the friends, and our community to expand the reach and impact of our library system in the coming years. We will use this master plan to forge our own foundation plan and ensuring that we can amplify and secure your vision. We are incredibly fortunate to have such a strong institution with equally robust reputation to build upon. Finally, I want to emphasize that for the first time in my memory, all of our organizations, the library, the commission, the friends, the foundation, have a clear path before us to become totally aligned. I'm truly excited to be part of this shared future. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take commissioner questions and comments. I see Commissioner Engbarth and Commissioner Cahill. Commissioner Engbarth?
Yes, a couple questions. First of all, thanks a lot. I mean, you guys really exceeded my expectations of what kind of work you're going to do, and I really appreciated the quality of the questions and the way you collected the data. I think that was really a positive time to spend with you. Is this your report, the actual report that you submitted at the end of the work in terms of showing the data on it and the numbers of responses, or is this a summary?
This is a summary. In fact, the presentation slides are a summary of the plan itself. The booklet, I believe, is in your meeting packet, and that is supported by many interim deliverables that were reviewed by the committee.
Okay, now is that the thing that we've been presented with today? Is that something you drafted?
Yes, in collaboration, of course, with the staff and leadership and committee.
And wondering, there's not been any contact with me made, and I'm wondering whether the other commissioners had an opportunity to talk about the results of your work prior to that draft, which is being presented to us today, was presented or put together.
Engbarth, I think every commissioner had an opportunity to meet with the consultants and do a one-on-one.
I meant there's a difference between the online and the preliminary work and getting together and meeting as a group to talk about what we're going to do with it. And that hasn't happened to the best of my knowledge. And I'm wondering why, because I think that there could have been a benefit, as there has been with the process that's been used, to including the people that are directly impacted by it and talking about what the strategic plan might look like as far as putting a draft together. And I don't think that that's been done.
Just so to answer your question, we did have commissioners participating in the strategic planning committee, and we also had a strategic plan workshop where the chair attended, and that was a half-day workshop. So the full commission was not involved in that, but we did have multiple commissioners participating in the process, in addition to the interviews that were conducted by the consultants.
Now, the strategic plan is a strategic or governance issue. And I'm wondering, since it is, why we weren't involved as a group in terms of seeing this data early enough to be able to say something about it and early enough to participate in the drafting of the plan.
Commissioner Engbarth, like all of the governance that we do here, it was part of the committee work. And so there were commissioners who were representing the commission on that, doing the committee work. This is the final product that they have brought forward.
But I'm not aware that it's a standing committee. It's an ad hoc group that.
No, Commissioner Engbarth, it was a working group with library staff, foundation staff, and commissioners.
They weren't reporting under the Brown Act.
That's correct. There were 2 commissioners on the working group.
Right. And did we receive reports? I'm not aware of having received a report from either of those 2 commissioners.
No, there were no reports provided. I think that they were pleased with how the process was going.
That's all.
Are there any other questions?
I,
Commissioner Cahill? Commissioner Cahill?
Yes.
And then-
I'm afraid there's a serious quality control issue. Lisa, could you call up page 90 of the packet? Yeah. This is the first substantive page of the report. Getting close. Okay. Holistic engage MNET. MNET. This is a plain blunder. And I notified the administration about it, and your slide, it's been fixed, okay? So I have 2 questions. First, how could an error like that have gotten as far as our packet without being caught? And had to be caught basically by me. And secondly, how can we rely on things like, for example, the tabulations of the stakeholders and staff if such a plain error got this far?
Commissioner Cahill, I appreciate you bringing the correction to light, and mistakes happen. If you have nothing else to add to that, I do not feel like anyone needs to be reprimanded for a simple typo.
I'm asking a process question. And you're saying you don't want to be answered. Is that right?
No, Commissioner Cahill, what I'm saying is typos happen.
Many eyes make quick work. I'll just say that. I was a professional editor before becoming a librarian, and this happens in every publication and every, it's a very routine thing. And this is a draft copy of the plan. We are also going to have the plan translated into Spanish. And then once we have those, we will be producing a booklet. So, this is a draft. It's not the final plan. It is, the content of the plan, but we're still waiting for translation. And once we have all of that, we will be, sending out booklets to the branches as our final plan.
Thank you. Commissioner McKenzie.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on a couple of points already made. Could you tell us who the commissioners were that were part of this process?
Commissioner Green, Commissioner Poles, and then Commissioner Lagos was in the strategic planning workshop.
All right, thank you. And in terms of this, whether this is a full report or not, I don't think our presenters were quite clear what we got, but is there more than this?
Well, this is the public facing part of the plan. So this will be on our website. We do have, as Julie pointed out, we have other deliverables, other reports. We can certainly facilitate your access to those when the plan is adopted.
Okay, but we would be adopting it based on this more of a summary.
Correct. This is the public facing part of the plan. So this will be, what we send out to the public and what we, when we are talking about our strategic plan in future budget hearings and when we're making our, when we're making our goals for the next year, this is really what we're going to be presenting to the community and to our staff.
Okay. Then I had a couple of just very small kind of little comments about some of the stuff that I read. One is the hyper-local focus, which I fully agree with and I think is a wonderful idea. And to me, this is kind of a shift back because number of years ago, it was more hyper local and we kind of shifted into the kind of the big picture, let's be more homogenized Sonoma County library system. So once we got there, now we're kind of shifting back and looking at the individual area needs, which I think is a really good idea. I noticed in here in this conversation, I believe it was Mark that brought up about quiet spaces. I'm hoping that the pods aren't considered the only quiet spaces that we're gonna have. That kind of seemed to be implied by whatever I read in here, although it might have been incorrectly how I read that, because those pods are fine if you want to sit in there or maybe have a brief meeting or read a book or something, but they're not a quiet space in the same way a quiet space in the library. I just want to make that point. I also wanted to say that inadvertently, I ended up seeing the report that was based on the commissioner interviews. And that was there were very strong points in there. I don't have it with me or anything, but about adult programming, which is, you know, this kind of constant theme that I bring up. And I didn't see anything in here because of the way this is broken out in these different focus groups, how we're going to get to that. I saw some things in there about senior stuff and about intergenerational stuff, but I didn't see any place in this that would really address the need for additional adult programming, which really did seem to be something that came out of a lot of our interviews. And
Let me just respond to that. So I know Julia can back me up on this, but when we were putting this together, we were really looking at what is the level of detail that we wanted to provide in this plan, how much granularity, and we really chose like something like that would be a tactic. And we can certainly, you know, we have an area of focus that would very easily be, you know, involved in. So, you know, it was really looking at how much granularity, how much detail do we want to provide. We really wanted to keep it a little bit more high level.
right. And I understand that, but that's again, the difference in between what we have and for and the rest of it, you know, and at what point we'll see that, you know, the rest of it where that might be mentioned. And lastly, I noticed that there was a comment in here about making sure that our services were, you know, fairly distributed. And, you know, a study done, let's see, what was a percentage of residents who live 10 miles of a library? And I think we've talked about that before, but is anything in process about that, or this is a future endeavor?
Well, that would be a future endeavor. I mean, so the implementation plan has, you know, all of these tactics, and then we would have to prioritize, you know, annually which ones we want to focus on.
Right.
So that would be a discussion that we would have annually.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Elkind and then Commissioner Pulse.
Just a brief comment. I really like this. I'll say that I came into my interview with a very strong perspective in terms of what I thought the 5 focus areas should be. And that's not what ended up here, but I can see this working. My one request, and this will happen obviously not with this report, but with the follow-up and the implementation, is I would like to see the staff and the commission really challenge ourselves in terms of the metrics that we're looking at. It's very easy to measure activity. You know, how many people show up for a program or what percentage of the time a room is used. But for example, if a goal is to improve early childhood literacy, I'd like to see an outcome focused on, are we helping to improve actual childhood literacy, not just are we getting books to kids. So this is way down the road. I think we have a great foundation here, but that would be my one request. Thank you.
Commissioner Pulse.
I have 2 questions. Currently, do we measure how much time people actually sit in the library? We don't. So like how much time, when we talked about how people feel welcome and it's a welcoming and I can hang out there and it's an inclusive space. we actually don't have a metrics of, we just have the check-in, check, like that's the metric, right?
We also have door counts.
Okay.
And door counts are kind of imprecise, but so we get heat maps also from Orange Boy. And that tells us what the busiest periods of our days are. But that's really the only
Okay.
metric that we
And
have.
maybe it's not important, but I just was thinking about people feeling comfortable enough to sit in the library for an hour versus I'm coming in to pick something up. It's a different energy. The other thing I would like, and it kind of it tails on to Andy, I would like us to get this on the agenda on a fairly regular basis for the next year or two, that we're on, the commissioner is supporting the staff. And, you know, it's like, we can look at it a lot of ways and it doesn't have to be every month, but I'd like to be like, how are we doing? What support does the commissioners need to do? And let's stay. So I'd love it to become somewhat of a standing agenda item, maybe every other month, I'm not saying, but I think that's the way that we're gonna stay on top of this and also be supportive and able to maneuver and not have a yearly, I think a yearly report is too little and not enough, frequently enough. If this is our strategic plan, let's really work together to make sure we're on track. So that would be.
On this item?
Well, you let one person do public comment.
Yes.
Straight on. Is it just one person per?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was additional public comment. I apologize. We'll finish our commission
More than the next item?
for this item.
Not for this item, but I mean, for like 11.4, we'll have its own public comment.
11.4 will have its own public comment. Yes.
All right.
Any other, Commissioner Doyle?
This is terrific. Thank you very much to everybody who participated. It's amazing that we managed to get all of this feedback. And it does look much different than the last strategic plan, which we did in the middle of COVID. So it may look different, but it's good to remind everybody that we were in the middle of COVID and really, I think the staff has done a remarkable job at pushing through with the strategic plan that we had. So I think that's terrific. I understand I'm going to come at this a little bit differently than Commissioner McKenzie did. The hyper local, I think that's incredibly important. However, I think there was a reason why we steered away from hyper local the last time, which was people were forgetting, especially I think after COVID, that we are a system. And so what we don't want to do is go back to branch focused, locality focused. I think hyperlocal is something that the commission in the future probably needs to talk about because it's also incredibly important, especially as we're adding, we're trying to reach out to the West, we're trying to reach out to the underserved communities, that we have a larger purpose and that we are able to talk about that as well. And I think that yes, serving our local communities is terrific, but the larger picture is also incredibly important. And I'm going to bore the commission again by saying it's not just Sonoma County, and we're incredibly lucky to have Erica be the co-chair of the California Library Association Advocacy and Legislative Committee, and having her gone to Washington so that she understands the importance, and we all need to understand the importance of the federal is connected to regional, is connected to state, regional, local, and that the money we are going to be in some serious hurt. All of the communities in Sonoma County are going to be hurting for money in the next few years. And so we need to watch what's going on at those at those levels, because it's going to have a massive impact on us. And we can probably help the community know what the impact is going to have on them. So I think it's really important that we are, we look up, we look out, we work together, and we look down. I think it's incredibly important that we do that. And I'm going to be very interested in how we do track some of the metrics. I think I think it will be great for residents to say libraries work for my community, but often residents say it's working for me. And that's great. But we also then, I think, need to use the labs, use the friends, use the foundation, and use the commission to really be reaching out into the community. And sometimes we don't always do that. And I think that if we say we're going to be working with other organizations, it has to be from our level also. We have to be working with the governments. Who among us has talked to our town councils recently? I think that's incredibly important. Eric and I are going to Windsor to talk about the fabulous things that we've done in the last few years. And that's great. And we have to continue to do that. We have to know what the library is doing, but we also have to talk about what the library is doing out there, because if we don't talk about it, if the commission doesn't talk about it, then who else is going to? So I know that's, let's see, where else?
Well, let me have Jessica address the hyperlocal and system-wide stuff.
So I just kind of want to address really quick, community engagement is very focused on making sure that we remain recognized as a system no matter what library that we're in. I think that there is a way to be hyper local and also be part of a system. And the way that we are going to focus on hyper local is there are things that our community needs that we need to make sure that we're addressing at each of our cities in the county overall. Our goal, along with the communications department, is to make sure that when you walk in a library, you know that you're in the Sonoma County library system. With that, I want to make it very clear that there is a difference between community needs and community wants. Sometimes the community wants, lots of flashy things, knitting clubs every day of the week. And this is not to diminish knitting clubs, they're really fun. But we also need to focus on what it is that our communities and pockets of our communities are often ignored need. And that's what we intend to focus on when it comes to hyperlocal.
Okay.
Hope that helps.
That's great. I also think that, some of our communities and some of the organizations in Sonoma County don't know what we do. And I love that this is part of the way to reach out. For example, do we work with First Five? I'm not even sure that we do. Do we work with First Five? Those are some things that we can brag about when people know about them. So tell us that we're working with First Five. And I think that it will be, if we can work with some healthcare organizations and that sort of thing. We have so many resources that they forget that we have because we're not reaching out. And I think that the commission can probably help you do that, but you have to remember to ask us. There you go.
Health center, we're on it.
All right, there you go. And I think that is all of my questions. It was really terrific. Thanks.
Go ahead. We've got Commissioner Taylor and then Commissioner Engbarth. Do you still have your hand raised? Commissioner Taylor, go ahead.
Okay, one comment, 3 questions. Comment is I really appreciated in this report how there's a lot of specificity. The metrics are measurable and achievable and actionable. That sounds small, but I've seen that messed up so many times in so many places, and I appreciate that this was done well and done in a way that can be translating that kind of higher level philosophical aim to something that you can do something about and measure is a skill set in of itself. So I wanted to show some appreciation for that. Questions are, there's a focus in the strategic plan on literacy, of course, and also technology access. Is there any focus on technological literacy as a specific intersection of those two, or is that not something that we're looking to work on at this time, knowing that we cannot do everything all at once?
I know that Alita is working on that right now. We've already been providing some AI workshops for adults. So yes, we will be doing both, and we will be working with the Sonoma County Office of Education. We're part of their literacy promise. And I know that some other library systems are doing a countywide literacy plan, which is something that I would certainly like us to do, when we're ready to start that work.
Thank you.
It is also specifically addressed in the preparing residents with career and life readiness skills strategy. One of the last bullets there, it's a long list, is prioritizing programs focused on, we framed it as digital literacy. So a little more open.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Second question is under the metrics for enhancing facilities, for how is service point defined? Is that including bibliobus? Is that including biblioboxes? Is that including like mail? When we're looking to make sure that everyone is within, was it 10 miles of a service point? How is service point defined?
I think that's something that we're going to have to define, how that, I mean, because the mobile van or the mobile vehicle will travel. So, we will have to, we'll have to think about that. And I know that Jessica is going to be doing a presentation at the August Commission meeting on her outreach plan.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And then last one is, what is the Baby's First Library Card program envisioned as?
So this is actually a program that many libraries do. They work with hospitals actually, and they get literally mothers and newborn babies signed up for a library card.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Commissioner
Sorry, I
Doyle?
forgot one. I'm so delighted that you're focusing on volunteers. I think the volunteers can be so helpful when they're properly managed, of course. But the enthusiasm and the messages that they can take out there are just really incredible. And I think that it's wonderful that that we're working on that. And also I think that the Friends and Foundation and the lab members would really, they fit into that role in a way. And I think that they would be really delighted to since we have adequate funding now, their roles are changing just as much as the library's focus is changing. And so if we can encourage them to rethink what their goals are and what they want to do, I think that that would be a really valuable thing. So.
Commissioner Engbarth, do you have your hand up again?
Yes, again, as I started off, I think you guys the Ivy Group did an outstanding job on this, and your suggestions and discussion in your report were really good, I felt. However, a part of my problem about voting for this today is that I could vote for it if it was a draft, but I feel with my fiduciary duty as a commissioner of care on this, that it's not enough to see that the community and the commission have not had a bigger opportunity to give feedback to this, what I would look at as a draft of the strategic plan. I think without that, the process that you developed and you implemented, which maximized community input and feedback, is kind of having an end to it that is not leading to something new. It's more or less saying this is this, and we're moving on from here. And I'm not ready to say that. I think this is a good draft. It'd be a good basis for some communications, even if they were led by the Ivy Group, to get people to talk about what they have in mind about it more time than they can spend at a commission meeting, and have that exchange and dialogue before it goes on with only just the feedback from administration and a couple commissioners that might have been at the meeting. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions?
Do you want a motion?
There is a motion. Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Doyle?
I'd like to move to approve the strategic plan.
I'd like to second.
All right. We're going to give it to Commissioner Goldberg. Okay, Commissioner Cahill,
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle,
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Engbarth,
No.
Commissioner Goldberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Poles,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. Thank you so much, Ivy Group. We really appreciate the work, and we're looking forward to the implementation plan.
Thank you all so much for including us and your true partnership throughout this project.
All right.
We can't wait to see what's next for you all.
All right, we are moving on to item number 5.1, presentations 2026 Summer Reading Challenge. Kathy, are you leading our presentation?
I'm leading us off.
All right.
We should. Why not? Good evening, Commissioners, Chair Legis, Director Thibault. Oh, this is in addition to that. This is for the, okay, gotcha. I'm Kathy DeWeese. I am the Children's Services Administrator, and I'm here today with my colleagues, Alita Demas and Lara Mayalian. And we are here to talk to you about the Summer Reading Program. I did not come in my overalls and my floppy hat with my watering can. I almost did, but I held back. Every summer, the library becomes more than just a place to borrow books. It becomes a place where imagination grows, where confidence blooms, and where families connect through learning and discovery. The Summer Reading Challenge, being Sonoma County Library's largest learning initiative, helps plant the seeds for lifelong learning while positioning the library as a welcoming hub for discovery, creativity, and growth. See what I did there? Yes. Okay. All right. The theme for this year's challenge is Plant a Seed, Read. And for those of you who are familiar with the characters of the bad seed and the good egg, those are our, well, on the back, it's the bad seed and the good egg. The kids all know them. I walked across the Roanoke Park Library this afternoon, and these kids are like, look, it's the bad seed. So we're excited to have that as the artwork for this year's program. The Summer Reading Program runs from June 1st to August 1st, which corresponds to when most children are out of school. And today we're excited to share with you some of the planning and the vision for this year's program and how it supports literacy and learning during the summer months, and how it helps the library plant the seeds for future success. I know I'm a nerd. All right, let's see. Okay. This year's Summer Reading Challenge will build on the successes of previous years, and we've made a few significant changes to enhance the participant experience. This year we have two different challenges. I think it said this in the cover sheet, but there is a separate challenge for adults and for youth. Each challenge will have its own paper reading log and Beanstack challenge and prize structure, and we will share specific details about those different challenges later in the presentation. The second change is the change in the structure to have the first prize come sooner in the program. The goal there is to have the incentive piece that's encouraging them to keep reading, and it comes a little bit sooner, so that they get, with the kids, 1 hour. You read 1 hour, you get your first prize. With adults, you complete one mini challenge, you get your first prize. Rather than like, oh, okay, it's halfway through the summer, and then, oh no, the grand prizes aren't till the end. And so we're trying to reward the reading early to keep them motivated. And another prize structure is with the youth grand prizes, we are shifting from having fewer prizes with larger dollar amounts. So there's only 5 prizes, but they're $100. Well, this year we have more than 300 grand prize winners. So more kids will get the opportunity to be rewarded for their reading with the grand prize, but they're smaller, and we'll show and tell more a little more. All right, next slide. Let's see. So the youth challenge. The youth challenge probably looks very familiar to you. It's very similar to what the all ages challenge has been for the past couple of years. I have here a copy of the paper reading log, and it's that front and center, the bad seed and the good egg. It's a minutes-based challenge. Up there is the minutes path. 20 minutes a day is kind of the research shows that kids who read 20 minutes a day over the summer will maintain their reading skills. So it kind of is built around that concept. It's a minutes-based challenge. And it encourages reading as a daily habit rather than focusing on the reading level or the number of books completed, because it's more inclusive model, so that all readers, whether they're just beginning to read or if they're listening to audiobooks, you get, it's minutes. Our goals for youth summer reading, as it says on the slide, are maintaining reading skills during the summer, building confidence with achievable goals and opportunities for success, And then celebrating the joy of reading always is one of our main things. And now Alita will talk with you more about the adult challenge.
Good evening. Adults represent a growing group of summer reading participants. In 2025, we saw a 20% increase in registration among adults, and this is also reflected particularly in our winter reading challenge. Keeping in mind the unique needs and interests of adults, we have created a separate adult summer reading option this year, which challenges adults to try different reading and library-related activities, leaning more towards winter reading, which we have particularly large participation among adults. We strive to create a challenge that is relevant to adults during many different phases of life. Kids have phases, adults have phases too. And the goal is to celebrate reading not only as a fun leisure time activity, but also as a way to strengthen mental acuity as we age. We know that reading improves focus, empathy, and cognitive longevity, and this encourages adults to try new types of books and reading materials. Additionally, in this time of uncertainty and constant change, reading supports stress reduction and what we all need, a little relaxation. In addition, we know that many adult summer reading participants are parents. And when children see their parents reading, they're more likely to value reading and associate it with fun and fond memories. Now you may be wondering, okay, Alita, but how? How are we doing this?
Yeah, Alita.
So inside of your reading log, which I know you all will dash out to your local library tomorrow and get your own copy, you'll find what are called mini challenges. These are groups of 4 activities. And as an example, I know it looks really small on your screen there, but as an example, Beach Reads is a group of 4 activities. We call it a mini challenge. And the first is to read a book with a picture of a beach or a pool on the cover. The second is to read outdoors. The third to check out a magazine from your local library. And the fourth to explore the travel section at your library, whether you're actually going on a trip or whether you're just envisioning that day when you get to go on that trip. And for some of the more obscure, challenging, esoteric activities, we've also provided a series of book lists and links to library resources. That in the orange section there on your reading log, there's a link to our website where the staff has curated book lists. So for instance, when you get to buy the numbers and you're looking to read a newspaper or magazine published in your birth year, and you're thinking, well, how on earth do I find one of those?
They published magazines, newspapers back then?
It is linked on our website with information about how to find that. In addition, any activity on the page can be replaced with reading a book of your choice, even if that's reading the book of your child's choice. Some of those of us who are parents in the room have had to read Cat Kid Comic Club for the 100th time. Oh, we get credit for that. Life is good. Parents can track their activities manually with a paper log or via Beanstack, where they will also earn virtual badges for each mini challenge completed. And participants will earn their first prize when they complete their first mini challenge. So let's say you have done all of the book lovers activities, you're getting your first prize. And when you've done 4 of those mini challenges is when you're going to get your prize book. And for each mini challenge that you complete, you get 1 entry into the prize drawing, maximum 8. Regardless of whether the individual adults or participants track their activities on paper or online, staff will be tracking participation and prizes in Beanstack for efficient and accurate record keeping. In order to encourage weekly visits to the library, Sonoma County Library will once again this year be offering a series of really cool limited edition stickers. Ooh, I had one I wanted to show you, and some lucky person in the room. Oh, this is the next one. Anyway, lucky person in the room has gotten it. Limited edition stickers, each one released on Monday of each week during summer reading. These stickers are available for all challenge participants, regardless of age. You'll notice that in the youth log, there's a special place where you can put each sticker on its respective location. And for adults, we encourage you to take them home and do with them as you see fit. We
Don't
find that
stick them on your laptop.
or do. We have found that these weekly sticker reveals are engaging for community members and keep the excitement going throughout the summer. By visiting the library frequently, patrons have the opportunity to take home varied reading material. Again, don't have to read Cat Kid Comic Club again. Learn about upcoming library events and feel connected to the library and the reading challenge. For the final week, participants will receive that thing I was not revealing yet, a larger vinyl sticker or water bottle stickers, we refer to them, of the bad seed and the good egg. Who else? Now, Laura, you want to tell us about the rest of the prizes?
All right, let's talk about prizes. The basic prize structure is similar for both challenges with different prizes based on age. Can you guys hear me? Is this okay? Okay. Oh, yes. Yes, okay. We have selected prizes that would appeal to a wide variety of age groups. The first prize for youth is an animal kickball, or what you may know as a hacky sack. Sorry, we gave them, they're all at the branches, so I don't have one to show you. But that is after reading 1 hour, that is for children age 0 to grade 5.
And as you see the picture up there, they get a choice. Do you want the pig or the cow or the chick?
Okay. And then for youth or teens in grades 6 to 12, after reading 1 hour, you get a red hot chili pen because they're fire. Pass that along. And adults who read after completing the first mini challenge receive this beautiful enameled pin. For the second prize, which is reading 15 hours or completing 4 mini challenges, all participants will get to select a book of their choice, which we've bought thousands of dollars of books for children, teen, and adult fiction, nonfiction, graphic novels, the whole thing. And now for our grand prizes. For each hour read, youth automatically get 1 entry into the grand prize drawing. This means that the more they read, the more chances they have to win. In this slide, you will see our grand prizes, which include this wonderful t-shirt for toddlers. This is for children age 0 to 4. I don't know, should I pass these around? Sure. Okay. For children in grades kindergarten to 2nd grade, they get this plush, which is the good egg, bad seed.
My 14-year-old wants this.
For children in grades 3 to 5, they get a chance to win these spinner earbuds. For teens in grades 6 to 12, they get this eggplant phone stand and nightlight.
It's really cute.
So you'd I heard you. So they could put their phone there, and it's also like, it has different like brightnesses. Oops, what'd I do?
So these are the grand prizes for you. And instead of having just 2 or 3 of them, we have a lot.
A lot. And then for adults, 5 lucky winners will receive a $200 gift card, which can be used at places like Safeway or Albertsons or Vons. Is it this one? Okay. In addition to a robust summer reading challenge, we also offer engaging events planned all summer long. So whether it's a live animal show for children and families, an instrument making program for teenagers, or a flower arranging event for adults, the Summer Reading Challenge planning team, in collaboration with our extraordinary event staff, worked very hard to coordinate a wide variety of educational, recreational, and cultural summer reading programming for our entire community.
Including Forestville.
Lastly, I just want to let you know that the library is once again hosting the Lunch at the Library program this year. This is a program that runs from June 8th to August 7th and at the following 8 locations. Some important highlights just to mention that we will be providing free lunch in collaboration with the Redwood Empire Food Bank to children age 0 to 18. We have hired, we have trained, and we are providing professional development workshops to 16 paid teen interns, 2 at each location. And last but not least, we will really be highlighting the importance of summer reading during the Lunch at the Library program and this like post-lunch activity, this 30 minutes where, yes, you'll have fun crafts and stuff, but we'll also be like, hey, come around, let's sit and read for a little bit. Oh, let's update your log. And so summer reading will be a huge theme within Lunch at the Library. We hope that you will visit your local library to sign up for the Summer Reading Challenge and visit weekly to collect your stickers. Thank you very much, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Great job. Hey, any questions or comments? Commissioner Goldberg, Commissioner Cahill, and then Commissioner McKenzie.
Want some of those things. No, but the real question is, I noticed in the Lunch at the Library, one of the places is Rohnert Park, Katati, and I thought that library is going to be closed a part of the summer. September. Oh, not till September. Thank you.
Commissioner Cahill?
Yes, I noticed that Northwest was not on the list. There is a substantial population that's distressed in the Northwest. What happened to how were the branches selected toward the lunch?
So traditionally, the Northwest Lunch at the Library was in the Coddington Mall, and it was a partnership that they developed with the Children's Museum. And unfortunately, that program was expensive, and we evaluated whether or not we could continue to do that program. There is no meeting room space at Northwest, so it really is impacted by our partnership with the Children's Museum and not moving forward with that.
Thanks.
I can add a little bit more to that, is that program where we were able to host it for the partnership was completely grant funded by the state library. And the state library did not have that funding anymore, so it wasn't even an option for us to get that funding. And so without that funding, we couldn't move forward with it.
Commissioner McKenzie?
I think you've outdone yourselves. I think this is just terrific. I really like a lot of the new things about early prizes, keeping the enthusiasm going, lots of prizes. And anyway, great job overall. I'm really impressed. And I have to have one of those eggplants because I've been on the commission for so long and I've never gotten a prize.
Oh.
Thank you.
Commissioner Poles?
Yeah, echoing everything you said, it's so impressive and I'm really excited by the adult. I think that's a great way to do it. The only question I would have is, I'm just thinking of myself as a very early reader and a lover of libraries. I would have got very bored with the 20-minute challenge and I by 7 would have wanted to be on the adult. Like, can I do this? And just wondered how fixed are you in this as youth, this is adult? If someone's 9 and says, I read 4 hours a day, I don't need, okay, so what?
Yeah, our winter reading program follows more of the activity-based challenge like the adult challenge is. With the youth challenge, because there is such a variety of reading levels, reading abilities for youth, we felt that it's not really fair to compare a kindergartner who's being read the same book aloud 60 times by their parents with a 4th grader who's struggling through like a big tome like Harry Potter. So when it says read a book about blah, 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 that's a completely different challenge for kids of completely different reading levels. So that minutes-based challenge is a way to find equity in the reading of the kids, that they're all putting in the same effort.
Commissioner Doyle?
Terrific, really terrific. It's always a pleasure to hear about summer reading. And Windsor is delighted to be participating this year. We're very excited, I have to say. And this could be too granular, but the Kiwanis got a donation of books a lot of books for kids in Spanish, all that kind of thing. And my husband came to me and said, so can we donate these to the library? And I don't know whether, and there's sort of summer read, so I can talk to you offline, but it seemed like we should be able to use them somehow. And then in the last couple of years, we've had a challenge between the foundation and the commission, a reading. So perhaps someone could throw down the gauntlet at the next foundation meeting. We have won so far. We've won so far. So just saying.
Because our liaison, Commissioner Goldberg can perform that task.
Like right now?
No, at the foundation meeting.
At the foundation meeting. And then there's a prize that I think that's out there. And then lastly, I think, I got involved with summer reading long ago when I was with the San Francisco Friends of the Library, and we funded the summer reading program for San Francisco, and we were staggered at how little it cost. And so I know we've all looked at the budget and that sort of thing, but I can't remember a line item for summer reading. So tell us how much it costs, because I don't think it costs as much as anybody thinks it costs.
Oh, it does.
Does it?
Because of the nature of the programs that we're offering, they are expensive programs. When we used to
Good.
do like, the events. The actual reading program is not that expensive, other than the cost of the prizes, and the largest cost there is gonna be the books, the giveaway books. If we're gonna have enough to make sure that we have a selection that people can choose, and we have to have enough books, and we sometimes struggle with that. Not enough, but having the quality that people want.
Mhm.
And we're not close enough to variety.
So no number. All right. All right.
We could get back to you. Yeah,
All
get back to you.
right.
We can give you the actual number. We just don't. It's 100.
That is peanuts. Peanuts. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to item 6.1, the library report for April 2026. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Director Chabot? Okay. Moving on to item 6.2.1, financial reports for April 30th. Does anyone have any questions for Myrna? All right. Moving on to 6.2.2, quarterly appropriation transfers report. Does anyone have any questions for Myrna on this item? Okay. Do we have any public comment on any of the library reports or budget and finance reports? Okie dokie. Are there any members of the Library Advisory Board, Sonoma County Library Foundation, or Friends of the Library here to make a presentation? All righty. Okay, we're going to move into closed session, so y'all may skedaddle. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, I definitely have. I thought you were gonna announce 11.4.
Yes, we're on number 8 right now. So 11 will come after closed session.
When you close session, we wait and then come back.
Yep, then we do consent calendar, and then we'll go to action items by motion. All right. We are reconvening from closed session. There's no announcement of any reportable action taken in closed session. So we will move on to item number 10, the consent calendar. These matters include routine financial and administrative actions that may be approved by consensus. Any commission member or member of the public may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar and have it placed with the action items. The commission will approve the minutes of the prior meetings in summary format. We have three consent calendar items. 10.1, approve the minutes of May 6th, 2026 regular meeting. 10.2, Occidental Community Library branch lease extension. And 10.3, approve Librarian 1 classification study job description revision recommendations. Are there any public comments on these three items? For items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3.
Yeah, the lease extension.
Nope, so close. We're on 10. We're on item 10. Oh, branch lease extension, 10.2, yeah.
Talk about the other one too.
Oh, okay, great. Public comment.
I'm Matthew Grass, library member. My daughter's also a library member. We use the Occidental Library, and so does a lot of the community. I'm on the bond budget committee for the school. I'm also do the site council for Harmony Salmon Creek. So I highly encourage people to use the library in Occidental. And it's astonishing to me how many people don't know it exists. It's tucked around the corner in a small 2-room area, and it's fantastic for the size that it has. It has great, amazing offerings for such a little tiny place. But when you get more than 2 people in there, it gets tight. And it's amazing that a tiny little quarter has such a great curation for children. My daughter really, really, really enjoys it. And I think you should absolutely extend the lease. It is so vital. Occidental is an absolute outpost for West County. It has been since the railroad was the last stop there before the timber yards. And it continues to be an outpost for all of West County. People come through, and I know my mechanic in Freestone, who doesn't have technology access like internet, like you guys were talking about earlier, he loves that he can get a jetpack and get access to the internet to look up repairs and different things he needs for his business. And I know that there's a few elderly people that I help with technology that love to go to the library and use it to print because they cannot make it to a larger library in a different area or to the Staples or FedEx Kinko's of that nature. So I know limited time, but so I just want to endorse renewing that extension. We love it and appreciate what all of you do because it's extremely complex. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you for waiting. Okay, Commissioner Engbar? You're on mute, Commissioner Engbar. Commissioner.
I was just wanting to have agenda item 10.3 pulled for a quick question. So that when we get to that, I'll raise my question and go on from there.
Okay, any other commissioner questions or comments on 10.1 and 10.2? May I have a motion?
I'd like to move approval of items 10.1 and 10.2 under the consent calendar.
I'm going to give it to Commissioner Green and then Commissioner Riley for the second. Okay, Commissioner Cahill?
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle?
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Engbarth?
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Poles?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
And I'll make it unanimous. Okay, we've moved item 10.3 to an action item. So 10.3, approve Library 1 classification study, job description. Commissioner Engbarth, your question?
Yes. I don't want to go over all that we talked about at the last meeting, but I'm curious about what we're talking about when we say in the classification, any combination of training and experience that would provide the required knowledge, skills, and abilities. I thought that we were at the last meeting decided that the going to librarian's school and having a librarian credential was going to be a minimum qualification.
Thank you again for having me here. So yes, so as I described in my agenda item report, when we did the classification study, we revised all of the classifications, including librarian 2, to say any combination of experience would be this. And that is what most of the other libraries that we evaluated in our studies say this. So any combination of experience and education could make somebody qualified, but would it make them the most qualified? We just had a librarian recruitment for the one of our libraries. First, it was Sebastopol, yes, and we had 75 applicants, and they all had librarian 1 qualifications, and some of those had the minimum qualifications, just the librarian 1 degree, or the librarian degree. But that making them have that degree obviously didn't make them pass through to be the selected librarian. So it is any combination of experience and education that may make them advance through the minimum screening, but it's going to be the librarian degree. There's no comparable degree for a MLIS.
Well, I think
but we have this on every single classification in Sonoma County Library.
Yes, but I thought that all of what we were doing last time we met was making it clear that a person that was applying to be a librarian 1 would have to have met that criteria of having a credential from a school of library sciences or information. And this leaves a door open because it doesn't say the most qualified. It says, that the required knowledge, skills, and abilities is qualifying. And I haven't seen a criteria that goes with this or anything from your office or from the administration that says how that is different from waiving the requirement for a credential from a school of library sciences.
I believe it's in there, Commissioner Engbarth. So it says a typical way to obtain the required qualifications would be, and then it's the degrees. There is no experience in there. It is just the education now. Previously, it had the experience option, but now it is back to just.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Sarah. But that's and the one that's on the agenda report doesn't say that.
Yes.
Are you able to see the screen that we're sharing currently?
Do we
Commissioner
change
Engbarth?
this again from what's in the agenda? Yeah, let me look at that.
Page 83.
Yeah.
It's a typical way to obtain the required qualifications would be, and it is just the education. There's no more experience in there.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Well, I still see under qualifications, it says any combination of training and experience that would provide the required knowledge, skills, and abilities is qualifying, period.
Correct. And then the next sentence is the typical way to obtain the required qualifications would be.
But that's
and
not saying,
then
that's not
the
saying,
education.
that's not saying the same thing. And I don't consider that language as consistent with what we debated and approved on at the last meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Goldberg?
I think maybe I could restate it and it'll be real easy to answer and then it'll get all cleared up. For librarian 1, are you going to need as one of the only or one of many qualifications, are you going to need an MLS degree?
Yes.
Okay, that's it, Fred. It's it. They didn't sneak anything in. It is.
No. Okay, then I think it should say that.
Anything in.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have Commissioner Doyle with a move and Commissioner Ingbarth with, oh, sorry, Elkins with the second. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Sorry, hang on. Are there any public comments? Okay. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingbarth.
No.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving into action items. Item 11.2, fiscal year 25-26 budget adjustment. Does anyone have any questions for Myrna? None? Or Catherine? No? Okay. Is there a public comments? Okay. Is there a motion?
You have a public comment?
Oh, there is a public comment. For 11.2.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Doyle and a second by Commissioner Cahill. Roll call vote. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingbarth.
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I'll make it unanimous. Item number 11.3, FY 25-26 Q3 Major Maintenance and Capital Budget Report. Do we have any questions? Okay, do we have any public comments for 11.3? Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve 11.3. Second.
Okay, Commissioner Goldberg and Commissioner Poles. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingbarth.
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I'll make it unanimous. We're on 11.4.
Yay.
We're gonna adopt the proposed budget, and I would be happy to have any public comments at this time. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for putting up with our eagerness. And our lack of understanding the process. And translating the agenda from far away with bad glasses.
My name is Elizabeth Lawson. I'm a member of the Occidental community. I'm a member of the Community Council. I'm a member of Fire Safe Occidental. I'm an involved member of the community. And I can tell you that if you haven't noticed, there's incredible excitement about the possibility of the Occidental Library expanding and being able to serve our community better. We have hoped, we have prayed, we have worked, we have done everything we can to make this happen, and we really hope that you will support us in our efforts to make Occidental's library a real center of the community and also a place where people can learn about resilience, practice resilience, be resilient, grow resiliently. It's something that's very important to Occidental. And I think it's a step into the future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Oh, and this is the team.
Can you please state your name?
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Je suis George Patrick. I live in Occidental. I'm part of the Salmon Creek Watershed Council, also part of the Occidental Community Council. And I wanted to appreciate the work that you're doing here and the remarkable efficiency with which you're carrying out this meeting. Looking at your strategic plan, it appears to me that increasing the size of the Occidental Library fits very well into the plan that you're in the process of discussing as well as adopting. And so I think in alignment with your system as well as your local outreach, Occidental, particularly in the most western part of the county, would serve a great number of people and bring a lot of people, local people, into the library. And my experience, by the way, is, we get a fair amount of downed power lines, by the way, a lot of trees. And I was out of power for an extended period of time. And the library was the only place I could go to reach out, because I get no cell coverage either. So it's been, at least at times for me, an essential service that really, really is really important. So thank you for your consideration.
Any other public comment? You could state your name for the record.
Matthew Grass. I want to start with a quote from my daughter, or a comment, if you will. She says it's a great idea to move the library to the community center because it'll have way more room. We can have a bigger access to more programs and a lot more books for her to read. And, you know, to the point of listening to the strategic plan, I think, to his point, it meets a lot of those needs. It adds a space for people to come together, which we do not have in Occidental currently. We were pretty ravaged by COVID. A lot of businesses have shut down. Most of them have only opened up on the weekends. So a place for the community to gather Monday through Thursday does not really exist except for a few businesses. So this will not only be a beacon for the greater West County area, it'll be a heart and soul of Occidental. We are resilient. We have been an outpost for centuries. But we also need some improvement and some rejuvenation. We're looking at, we don't even have a sewer and it's down the road. They say it's coming 2030 something forever. This would be a big win for our community. As serving on the school with the budgets and the budget bond committee for the newest ask for money from the community, part of my understanding of that is that we're going to cut library and reading time for every student in our school district. That is tragic, and it should be something that hits home for all of you who serve in this specific position for trying to expand access to literacy and information. I personally didn't really like reading for pleasure. I wasn't an astute lover of things except for informational based reading. Encyclopedia Britannicas. It wasn't until my wife really forced me to start reading for pleasure that I kind of got hooked on that just recently. Other than that, it was strictly for information. And I love Libby because I'm now 40 books deep this year. My daughter's probably 127 books deep. I think we have the whole Bad Seed, the Great Escape, all sitting on my shelf right now. We have 5 loans, holds on my Libby app right now. We have 2 checked out books for each person in my household. We are library users. And I can say this will be great for the community. And educating a mind without educating the heart at all is no education at all. That's Aristotle. And to the quote that was put up earlier by Thomas Jefferson, I cannot live without books, and it would be often thought as nothing would be more extensive, good or small expense than the establishment of a small circulating library in every county. And I think that's important to remember.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Sarah Whelan. On top of being a community council member, I'm also a parent and an employee of Salmon Creek Harmony School. And so kind of piggybacking on what Matt was saying, we just currently laid off 22 of 24 classified positions. We have decided to cancel the bus service to the school. And so currently there are no there's nothing for children to do after school without having a parent or a friend's parent who can drive you all the way into Sebastopol, which is about a 20-minute drive. And so we are desperately hoping to provide some kind of location for our children because the school is currently only providing about 50 aftercare positions at the school, even though there is a greater need for parents that work a full day until 5 o'clock. So our community would be so grateful if we have a location, not just for our children, but for our elders. So thank you.
Anyone else? State your name for the record.
Sure. I'm Greg Johnson, and I'm a member of the Occidental Community Council also. And I can be really simple, real succinct. It's the right time for it. All the things that have gone on in Occidental and the things that are coming to Occidental, having the library being a center of it all is just perfect.
Come on up. State your name for the record.
My name is Susan Kirk. I've lived in Occidental for more than 30 years, and our library has been so tiny. I have great-grandchildren in the area, and we often go to other libraries for the special programming that is available, as well as I attend these wonderful programs at other facilities for adults as well. And if we could have programming that the library offers, which is so special and wonderful, available closer to home, it would be a very good thing. So I urge you to consider expanding our library in Occidental. Thank you.
Anyone else? Public comment? Thank you for waiting.
Could I make a comment?
We will take commissioner questions and comments now. Yes.
Well, I just want to say that I worked in Occidental for many, many years. And so I was at an event in April, a private event, and I was surrounded, one person there knew I was a commissioner in the most lovely way of everyone. And people were like, come on over here, this person, and got really the pitch. And one of the things that they was all done delightfully was that the incredible community that I remember when I worked in Occidental was still very there. And I think that's the exciting part, is it's more than a library there. And it was clear so that was exciting to me to see how much interest there was in this in the community, and how everybody wanted, when they realized I was a commissioner, wanted to come talk to me about how important it was. So, I've heard all this, but it was lovely to see that, like, it's still very much alive in that community and it's seen here. So I just wanted to commend everyone from Occidental for keeping that flame alive of a great place that I really enjoyed working at. Okay.
We do have a presentation from Myrna, so you're welcome to make up your questions and comments now, or you can wait till after Myrna's presentation. Commissioner McKenzie, do you want to go
Well, a
on?
question about a question. Some of these lovely folks that drove in from Occidental, I had some comments about what they're saying, although I have other comments about the budget in general. So
Let's hold off until Myrna's, and then, because we don't engage in a back and forth with public comments, so.
Right, maybe I shouldn't. Sorry.
Hello, Myrna, would you like to do your presentation?
Yes. Is this on? Yes, okay. Good evening. I am Myrna Lopez, the Chief Financial Officer, and presenting the final proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. I am pleased to present a balanced budget. The library is on a sustainable financial trajectory, especially with the voters who approved the sales tax measure W. There are other components that were incorporated in formulating next year's budget, and these include the reliable major revenue sources of property tax and sales tax, ongoing compliance with Measure Y ordinance and expenditure plan, increased access to library services for the community by funding the new permanent Roseland Library and other modernization projects like Occidental. We continue to monitor and report closely on the capital projects, and we have fully funded the stabilization fund. And last but not least, very importantly, adhering to prudent fiscal policies and procedures. We continue to be mindful of external factors that impact our revenues and overall operations, such as economic conditions, which are influenced by national monetary policy, state and local market conditions, and natural disasters. National events such as the conflict in Middle East has brought an additional level of uncertainty to our markets. In our daily work, we are also mindful of our important partnerships with cities and the County of Sonoma, especially as we partner to pursue state grants and modernizing our branches. We monitor the budget regularly for any necessary adjustments in response to these external factors. Budget highlights for the next fiscal year include the appropriations of $57.29 million. This is a combination of property tax, sales tax, and major donations and bequests. This is also a $4.18 million in new revenue driven by donations from the Sonoma County Library Foundation for the new permanent Roseland Library and our annual property tax increase. The budget includes 237.6 full-time equivalent positions, which represents an increase of 1.5 FTE or 3 new positions for the new Roseland Permanent Library. This FTE level represents about 300 employees. At the direction of the commission and working closely with the finance committee, the library adopted a policy to accelerate the paydown of the unfunded accrued liability associated with pensions. The first payment is scheduled next fiscal year in the amount of $250,000 annually. Next year's budget also includes opening the new permanent Roseland Library and relocating the Occidental Library into a larger space in partnership with the county. The stabilization fund remains funded at 20% of expenditures as a prudent policy action. The next slide talks about updates since the budget workshop. The budget workshop took place on April 22nd, where the proposed budget was presented and discussed with the commission, and there were questions that were that remained open, and staff prepared written responses that were included in your packets for your regular meeting on May 3rd. Subsequently, subsequent to the budget workshop, there are a few technical adjustments made to the budget, and these include under other financing sources, we increased the use of bequests of $36,000 from the Sadowski bequest to pay for the New York Times subscription. On the expenditure side, we increased the corresponding $36,000 for the New York Times, increased security services by $9,921, which is an annualization increase in the contract. Benefits increased by $12,536, and we consolidated professional development for commissioners under the Human Resources Division for approximately $22,000. In addition, in the next item, the library complied with the appropriations limit calculation. This was publicly posted on May 15 on the library website. Here briefly is a summary of the proposed revenues. The numbers are rounded for presentation purposes. Revenue and other financing sources are total of $55.3 million. And this year, the library is transferring funds from bequests and donations where those funds are recorded. Under property tax revenue in and of itself is projected to be $33.2 million, and total all sources of revenue equals $34.2 million. And this includes the financing, other financing sources from bequests and donations. Under sales tax, under sales tax receipts are $15.8 million. Total combined revenue under sales tax is 18.3, and this includes other financing sources also from funds, including bequests and donations. Okay. This next slide is a summary of expenditures. Total expenditures are 54.2 million. Under property tax, that's a total of 34.6 million, and this includes capital. Sales tax total expenditures are 19.4 million and also includes capital. These expenditures under property tax and sales tax are greater than our operating revenue, and that's because we use fund balance to pay for capital projects. And here you also see the transfers from gifts and donations of approximately 138,000, from bequests approximately 305,000, and from the Sonoma County Library Foundation, $2.6 million. So altogether, the appropriations is 57 to account for those transfers. Fund balance. The proposed use of fund balance is $2.3 million, as mentioned earlier, for the use of capital and major maintenance projects. And this is a combination of property tax and sales tax fund balance. The fund balance policy provides direction on how these funds are used, and the total committed fund balance is $21.6 million. This represents $10.8 million for the stabilization fund and approximately $1 million for health reimbursement accounts. Also, a total of $9.7 million in capital and maintenance reserves. In your budget binders or on section 6, there is an additional explanation of an additional $3 million that are reserved for future unspecified capital projects. I just wanted to note that, and that is based on discussions from the Finance Committee to reserve or set aside funds for capital projects, but not specified for any specific project at this time. So this leaves an estimated unrestricted available fund balance of $8.6 million. Under property tax is approximately $7.5 million, and under sales tax approximately $1 million. Okay, I also would like to note that there may be some variances here depending on the year-end actual expenditures, revenues, and adjustments for the current fiscal year that ends on June 30th. So where does all this funding go? We like to present the expenditures in terms of people, places, and resources. The lion's share goes to people, which is salary and benefits, of $34.2 million, or 63% of the budget. Resources are services and supplies for a total of $15.7 million, or almost 30% of the budget. Here, just to note, over $800 is invested in the permanent collections of the library. Thank you to $400,000 from the Foundation for the New Roseland Library, in addition to the use of bequests and also increases from property and sales tax. There is a contingency fund of about $600,000, which is 1%. And places, these are our branch modernizations and other capital projects equal to $3.5 million, or 7% of the budget. The funding sources This slide shows all funding sources, and funding sources are the sum of operating revenue under property tax and sales tax, including the use of fund balance associated with them. Combined property tax and sales tax is 91% of funding sources. And again, as I mentioned, our funding sources are augmented by gifts and donations driven by our very generous Friends of the Library organizations, and this year a major donation from the Sonoma County Library Foundation. This slide shows operating funds and FTE. We are proud that most of our resources are dedicated to the branches for direct service and support. Funding dedicated to branches is 78% of the operating budget, and that does not include capital. Of the 78%, 42% goes to public services and 36%, 42% to public services and community engagement, 36% to support services like facilities, IT, collections, and communications. Administration is 12%, and that is a combination of executive services, budget and accounting, and human resources. And this level for administration has been consistent year over year. FTE, a total is 237.6 FTE, and about 217 or 92% of staff provide direct service to patrons or support those branches, while 20 FTE are allocated to administration. An important factor in the budget formulation is applying the allocation of major resources policy to property tax and sales tax. And these are the ratios that were utilized. For service-oriented divisions, which includes public services, community engagement, for example, property tax will cover 65% of the expenditures, and sales tax will cover 35% of those expenditures. For administration, property tax covers 90% of those expenditures, while sales tax covers 10%. Capital projects are allocated 10% to property tax and 90% to sales tax. Here are the dollars that are associated with those ratios, and property tax represents 34.6 million and sales tax is 19.4 million. In summary, next year's budget seeks to accomplish the following: expanding services to the community in particular. It is a balanced budget to annual revenues, the use of fund balance, and an infusion of one-time donations. The completing and launching the new Roseland Permanent Library, and supporting a sustainable fiscal future by adopting that ADP is the additional discretionary payment plan, and maintaining the stabilization fund funded at 20% of expenditures. With that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments for Myrna? Commissioner Goldberg and then Commissioner McKenzie.
Thank you very much. Question. The 2.3 for capital stuff, does that include, are we voting on Occidental tonight? Does that include
Yes.
About $1 million for Occidental?
1 million for.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Great report. Great preparation, very impressive. I had a couple of little tags on my book, and I'd just like to run them by you. On budget book, page 196, or we added, I think it was last year, we decided to add this the OPEB payments to make it nice and clear of the policy and the payments that we've made. And now we're combining that with our brand new policy on paying down the pension. My request would be they would be separated out. Graphic or whatever, all of these payments were OPEB payments, correct? Right, and so the second sentence, so the commission approved a plan to pay down the unfunded accrued liability. I think we should add the date that we did that, because it's just kind of would clarify what we're talking about here, that that's a new policy. And then I think having then a new graph of showing those payments would so they're not intermingled. So that would be my suggestion about that page. You referenced the unrestricted available fund balance for budgeting, which I appreciate. And that would be on everybody's budget book, page 216. And my suggestion would be, just so everybody's clear, that that is the money that later on we will be talking about when we're talking about financing purchase of headquarters. And it's just helpful to know what that unrestricted fund balance is. So I'm just suggesting that everyone, all the commissioners here, put a little tag on page 216.
You done?
Then on the very first page, it talks about what the executive services decreased professional development of 22.5 as a funding for commissioners is consolidated within resources. I think that's probably a separate issue from the question I have on page 227, but it says Chair Lagos asked to review the commissioner reimbursement policy, and it's supposed to be on our agenda tonight, but I don't think that it is. But I don't think the money is affected by that, or is it? I don't know.
Well, the budget represents the existing current policy, which the total, the maximum and total amount of professional development for the commission is about 22,000.
Right, and so we're not talking about the policy tonight, though, which we are talking about tonight?
No, we are not.
Okay, but the money wouldn't change, we're assuming. Well, we'll leave it like
No,
this until
no.
we have a conversation. Okay.
It just moved from executive services to human resources. It used to be in the executive services budget, but all the professional development money is in human resources.
Yeah, so that's why I thought, this just pointing out the movement of it. And then my last question is on page 238. This is I don't know what the statistic is about. I was looking at this report to see how many folks live in the county. And I couldn't get the numbers to work out right. And the reason is the cities all come first, and then there should be a subtotal of incorporated. And then under that show unincorporated, because I think that there's a double counting going on or something here. Anyway, and for what it's worth, 27% of the population lives in unincorporated area and 73% incorporated area. But they're double counting here because there wasn't a subtotal line drawn.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. And then last, but certainly not least, I'd like to address the Occidental Library. It's very clear what a passionate and caring community you have out there and how much you want a library. We all got a lot of emails from a lot of people who really want a better library out there. And I'm sure there's not a soul around here who doesn't want everybody to have the best library possible. So I'm the one actually who brought this question up, though, when we had our budget workshop, and it was because of spending $1 million to change from, the small building that's in to a larger building. I wanted people to understand that this is a joint powers agreement, that our library system is joint powers agreement. And that means basically that the individual jurisdictions, and in this case, the county, would be responsible for providing the building, and then the library itself, us, responsible for the staff and the books and the computers and all that stuff. I've been to every library, probably many more times than once, but I've never been either what we call the rural stations and the either Occidental or Forestville. And I know we fixed up Forestville into a very good situation. I want to go out and see it. Occidental, what threw me for a loop for this is that it was the county's community center, as I understood it. And so I was unsure why the county wouldn't have at least some responsibility for renovating the building to some degree. Or somebody mentions in here improved bathrooms, for example, and stuff. So anyway, and the other reason that I was questioning was because it's $1 million. And $1 million, and we have to look at the county as a whole. And as the gentleman was talking about in the strategic plan, making sure that our citizens are served, equitably throughout the county and so forth. So that's just that. I was the one that brought up the questions, and then somehow I think the word got out. Oh my gosh, they're challenging whether we should do this or not. So I just wanted to make it clear that those were my concerns. And again, I would just wonder, since I haven't seen this building, is that if the whole building is intended to be a library or if the building is going to include a community center. I'm just not clear about that.
So the building includes, it is a community center and a rec center. So the rec center will be operated by the community. And we could move in there and not make any improvements and just buy furniture, but it would really be a disservice to the community. And so we are, I believe, removing some walls, and we are partitioning the space so that the rec center can be used after hours. And this is really consistent with our JPA agreement that says the member provides the building. The member is providing the building. And we, we are responsible for the furnishings, fixtures, equipment, and that is what we are doing at this location. It is consistent with all of our other building projects.
So the building itself then has two parts to it, or will have after this renovation happens, and part of it will be a rec center staffed by the county?
Not by the county, the community. That is the piece that we
Community.
are working out right now. But we will not be responsible for maintaining the rec center. That is why the MOU. So that is the MOU that we will be bringing to the commission, hopefully in August, will spell out the roles and responsibilities of each of the parties.
So would the library have a separate entrance?
Yes.
All right, well, anyway, I just wanted to say specifically that I think everybody should have a great library, and I was the one who raised the questions, and I just wanted to put a little more explanation out there since all of you took the time, to come in and make your passionate plea that we all appreciate.
Commissioner Angbar?
Yes, I had a few questions. One of them Barbara already addressed on the fund use of the fund balance. I'm also wondering, while Myrna's here along with Erica, do we have a debt management policy?
The library has not adopted its own specific debt policy.
Okay.
There has not been a reason to adopt one so far, but whenever there are gaps in our policies, because the county is the formation of the JPA and the county treasurer is the library's treasurer, we normally utilize county policies.
Oh, I'm sorry, should have been clearer. I'm thinking in reference to 11.9, the new headquarters. Do we have a debt management policy for the debt?
Hang on to that question, Commissioner Engbarth, until we get to 11.9, if it's related to that.
Okay, that's fine.
Any other questions, Commissioner Doyle?
Yes, thank you. We have been working on this budget, and staff has been working on the budget for a lot longer than the commission has, although we've been working on it too. And I just think it really looks terrific. And thank you very much for your hard work on this, truly. And then Occidental and some of the other branches that were Roseland in particular as well, and Occidental if we move forward with this. One of the things that we've talked about in the finance committee is we don't brag about the good things that the library has done over the last few years, and this will be one of the things to brag about. And I think this is sort of tangential to the budget, but we should look, especially at Roseland and Occidental, we should perhaps track how the community changes, how things have an impact. Because when San Francisco, when the main library went up, and then also in Seattle, and then some of the other libraries that were funded right around the turn of the century, and the last time we had a federal and a state library funding measure, having a good library in a community makes a significant difference. And you can look at the businesses, you can look at all kinds of things. And it's really, I think that it would be wonderful for us to do an overall one, but I think particularly for the smaller group that are perhaps Occidental is not necessarily underserved, but it is because there are a lot of people who can't get places. And so I think that that tracking that for Roseland and looking at the numbers for a year or so would be a very interesting story to tell. And I think we can tell stories about all of our branches. And because now we have adequate funding, now that our budget can move forward with adequate funding, we can look at those things, and we can I think identify the reasons why we can brag about our library system and our individual library branches. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move the budget.
Is there a second? Commissioner Cahill with the seconds. Any other public comments? Okay, Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Engbarth.
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I'll make it unanimous.
Thank you. I just want to thank the commission and the partnership with the commission, and especially my team, the budget and accounting team that really care about this work, and Jaylene and Lisa, who help me provide administrative assistance. Thank you. It really makes me.
Now vacation?
You all can go
Hawaii?
home if you want.
Okay, 11.5 appropriation limits for the fiscal year 26-27. Does anyone have any questions for Myrna? Questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comment on 11.5? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Cahill,
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle,
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Engbarth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I'll make it unanimous. Item number 11.6, new front property and casualty insurance renewal policy. For Sonoma County Library, effective dates July 1st, 2026 through July 1st, 2027. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Suzanne? Commissioner McKenzie.
Only that I'm very impressed. There's only a 4% increase. I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'd like to move for approval of this.
Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Second.
Go. Any public comments? Okay. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Engbarth.
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I'll make it unanimous. Item 11.7, new front workers' compensation insurance renewal policy for Sonoma County Library, effective July 1st, 2026 through July 1st, 2027. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Suzanne? Okay, any public comments? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Second.
Okie dokie. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Engbarth.
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
I'll make it unanimous. Item 11.8, One Step 2026. Thank you, Suzanne. Item 11.8, One Step 2026 salary increase for Library Director Erica Thibault. Is there any questions for me as I put it on the agenda? Okay, is there any public comments? Is there a motion?
I move to
Second.
approve.
A second.
Let Brooke have the second.
You can probably share. We'll let Brooke have the second and Commissioner Riley with the first. Roll call vote, Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkin.
Yes.
Commissioner Engler.
Yes.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And on behalf of all of us, Director Thibault.
Thank you.
For being our.
Now for the main event. I'm so glad that happened before this item on the agenda.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
We have item 11.9. Acquisition
I just
of
think-
1400 North McDowell Boulevard, Petaluma. Director Thibault, do you have anything to say?
I do. So we have some guests. So we have our real estate agent, Kevin Doran, who will be here to answer questions. We also have architect David Schnee from Group 4 and Bobby Cheng from K&N Municipal Advisors, as well as Scott Ferguson, who's our bond counsel. And they're just here really to answer any questions you might have. I do want to let you all know that, the purchase agreement has a set of disclosures, and I have not included all of the disclosures in the packet. I can make them available to you, but it is many, many, many pages. The phase 1 environmental report is 864 pages, which is why it's not in your report. I did provide you with the executive summary demonstrating that there are no significant issues with the property. I can make that available for your review if you decide you want to see that. I think the main thing that I want to impress upon you is that over the course of a year and a half, we looked at 15 properties. This property at 1400 North McDowell is actually the most cost-effective property out of all of them. It is $180 per square foot. Every other property that we looked at was $220 to $275 per square foot. So even though the building is bigger, it is actually the second lowest price for all of the buildings we looked at. So I just say that in context. Other buildings that we looked at that are smaller in size would require significant building improvements. In the budget, I also included a budget developed by Group 4 that really details the building improvement cost, and that is a comprehensive budget. It is a public works project that includes all of the prevailing wages and all of the things that we need to include in a building improvement project. It also includes soft costs such as moving costs, design fees for an architect, some additional work that needs to be done. But this property really is the best property that we looked at. And even at $5.4 million for the building improvements, that is a really nominal amount. If we were to purchase one of the other properties we looked at, I have no doubt that it would be double the amount for the building improvements. So this really does represent our best option for a headquarters building. I also want to note that, as Commissioner McKenzie pointed out in the budget, we do have about $8.6 million of available fund balance that's unrestricted. But Myrna also put in an additional $4 million in the budget for next year for any project. So it's not accurate to say that we only have 8.6. We have closer to 13 million available for this project. So just keep that in your mind as you think about the building costs and what we're asking you. We did take Commissioner McKenzie's suggestions into account when we built the financial scenarios. So you will see our financial scenarios include OPEB payments beyond 27-28, which is when our current policy ends. It is based upon the actuarial accounting by CalPERS. So they are less than $750,000 a year. They're about 300 and some change. But we will be getting a new CalPERS actuarial report sometime this year that may have adjusted numbers because we have been paying above and beyond our what we are required to pay. So, we may see that those numbers will come down. But really what we added all those numbers in. We also added in $250,000 in additional costs for building maintenance and utilities. And so when we added those numbers in, we realized that we really could not afford to finance the building improvements in addition to the acquisition of the building. And we are recommending that the Library Commission, if they decide to move forward with this acquisition, use fund balance to pay for the building improvements. We have our timeline for approval. We have not yet decided which route we're going to go with the financing, whether that's using the iBank or doing a traditional bond sale. We will have to make that decision for the July meeting. So we are still working on this project. We meet weekly with our municipal advisors. But at this time, I will take any questions.
Commissioner Goldberg.
I feel ignorant about this, even though I have listened and listened. Are we doing that bond thing?
We will do a bond sale. So if we choose to do, so the iBank can do a bond sale. We can also do a more traditional public bond sale. So it just really depends on which route we choose to go.
And at one time, I thought the improvements, 5.4, let's say, could be part of the bond, that they wouldn't have to come out of fund balance?
Yes, we could do that, but then the debt service on the building would be over $1 million a year. And when we added those OPEB numbers in and the additional $250,000 for the maintenance and utilities, we would have been deficit spending. So the scenarios in your packet, attachment G shows the 5-year forecast with 4 different scenarios. One where we finance 5.4 million of the building improvements, one where we finance 4 million, and then one where we pay for the building improvements using fund balance. And it really shows the, can you scroll down a little, Lisa? So the debt service, if we finance the building improvements, is $1 million a year, and we're showing basically deficit spending for the next 5 years in varying amounts. Go on to the next one. So this scenario shows if we pay for the building improvements, then we will not be deficit spending. It will, the first year, the first 2 years, we will have a little bit of deficit spending because of some of our other capital projects. But in years 3, 4, and 5, we will not be needing fund balance to pay for the debt service.
Can I just ask a follow-up to that? And I appreciate the analysis that you went through here. I guess my question is this. I understand that we could put a chunk of fund balance up front to avoid deficit spending. But suppose we had deficit spending and just covered the deficit with fund balance. We would be using, $250,000 a year or 300 rather than putting 4 million in upfront. Does that actually represent a savings to us? Because we're getting some interest on the money that we have with the county. I don't know that we're getting an amount equal to what we would be charged on the bond, but it feels like that would be an alternative as well. I'm looking at Myrna, but did you go through that kind of analysis?
From my perspective, my priority is to present a balanced budget without deficit spending. If the commission is interested in looking into that additional analysis, we could do that. But the more conservative is to not go into deficit spending, because you have to then also, yes. So if you're interested in that, we could. It was my decision to
Okay.
provide a balance.
I understand. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hang on one second. Commissioner Goldberg, did you have any additional questions or was that it? Commissioner McKenzie?
Thank you. I've lost a lot of sleep over this and probably other people have too. Anyway, tonight we're really looking at a different way of financing it, which is use of fund balance. And so, pod through all these scenarios and everything quite carefully. I just want to make sure they understand the staff recommendation preferred analysis is to use fund balance. If we look at scenario 3, which is page 325, at the top it says that, wait a minute, where's the fund balance part? No, that's the wrong scenario. It's scenario 4. Scenario 4, use of fund balance 4.1 for the building improvements, another use of 600,000 for the deposits. And then at the bottom, it shows net impact on fund balance. So you'd be using it of 1.6 and again, as you just pointed out, Eric, of another almost 400,000 second year. So is it fair to say then it's 4.1 plus 600,000 plus 1.6 million plus 0.4 million or $6.7 million worth use of fund balance, even though I realize in the second year, the fund balance isn't.
So
same
year
size.
1 includes other capital projects. So it includes our other capital projects for next year. So yes, it would be accurate to say that we would be using a total of 4.7 million in fund balance for scenario 4.
Okay, because if we look then at page 422, this lease versus owning assumptions, at the bottom of it, it says $6 million use of fund balance.
I'm not sure that.
Page 422.
So 6 million would be for the 6 million would be the 5.4. So we have two budgets for the building improvements. The first is the group 4 budget of 5.4, which is the public works. The other one is the Basin Street building improvement project, which we we still have to investigate whether that is viable. So the 6.0 is the 5.4 for the building improvements plus the 600,000 for the deposit.
Clarifying question here. Barbara, I appreciate the concern you're raising. I don't think that's what we're being asked to vote on tonight.
Correct.
Scenarios are just examples of, we're looking at, first of all, we don't know which approach we're going to take to the capital improvements. As Myrna said, we could go back and do an analysis of, should we put 4 million up front from fund balance, or should we run a deficit every year? The decision we're being asked to make tonight is simply to authorize the purchase agreement and an initial payment of $400,000.
And not to financing route yet.
We've got a lot of questions to be answered, and I appreciate the analysis that you've done, all of which to me says, regardless of which approach we take, we're going to be better off in the long term than continuing to rent. But we've got a lot more analysis to do before we make that decision. So I feel like we're getting caught up in the wrong question here. That's all I'm going to say.
So the questions I want to ask though, I mean.
Well, no, you
this is
can
all-
ask them, but that's not what we're voting on, and you
I
seem to
didn't
imply
say
that
we
we
were
are.
voting on it. I just
Okay.
wanted to understand. We suddenly got a lot of new
That's fine.
information. I want to understand it.
I just want to be clear that that's not the issue that's on the table.
Didn't
Okay.
know. This is our opportunity as an open session to ask our questions. So that's just what I'm trying to do. The one of my other questions, I don't know if who this is aimed at, but there's a tenant in there. And the tenant lease is in here, and the tenant lease goes until April 30th of next year. So how would the timing on that work? Again, I'm just asking a question. How does the timing work if we couldn't get in there to do improvements on that floor, which seemed to be probably a lot of major improvements with the doors and everything?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the tenant will be in there. They have not renewed, they're not going to renew. You can use the building and take the revenue income in to get organized with the improvement. And so the impact is you can continue to lease here as well for some portion to do your industrial distribution of the books. But there's no impact of just delaying on the improvement side. And they can leave early as well.
Well, what are,
The plan is, the first floor is where we're doing the roll-up doors, and we can't do that work until the tenant vacates the space. But we can work on the other floors, concurrently. So we would, as soon as this acquisition is approved, we would probably, do an RFP for the project, and we would begin working on the second and third floors. And then when the tenant vacates, we would be able to do the building improvements on the first floor. So it would be a phased approach where once the second and third floor building improvements were done, the office staff would move down there. And then when the tenant is, when the space is vacant and the first floor improvements can be done, we would move our facilities and delivery staff over there.
well, my question is kind of aimed at, if we do this purchase agreement, like what would be the date of the purchase? Because I know we have like 4 months or something to line up the financing, if I remember. So
Well, the purchase agreement says September 8th would be closing. So we would be closing on September 8th.
So from September 8th, clear until we can move in, we're making double payments, obviously, because we're paying this and that.
Yeah.
And that was like what made me think about this, though, in terms of if that tenant can't get out or isn't going to get out until the end of April, even if we're working on the other, we have to keep this whole lease going because we can't
Yeah.
move. We have to keep the whole.
They are paying money though, so that'll offset.
Some of the costs,
But that's, I'm just,
40,000.
but the payments we're gonna have double payments.
Yes, and that's included in our budget for next year.
And when would we do the expectation of moving in by a year from? the
Well, our
purchase
lease,
date?
so our lease here would expire September 30th of 2027.
September 30th of.
Which you could be in a holdover position where the landlord can charge you 135% of the rent without committing. The landlord doesn't want you to hold over for a month-to-month tenancy. Yeah.
But we could move out of here, as soon as the building improvements are finished, we can move out of here. But yes, we will, there will be an overlap where we are having to pay both debt service at the new building and rent here. But as you can see from the, I think the scenario that KNN, the first year, we will only be paying interest. So it's not going to be the full amount of the debt service. I think it's one of the attachments. 322. Page 322. Oh, yeah, on page 322, you will see the first line, it says 0, but essentially it would be, depending upon, the scenario that we choose to go through for the financing, between $482,000 and $482,000 and I don't know. You can read.
I see.
Or 334,409. So we would pay an interest-only payment the first year.
So but the expectation would be purchase as of September 1st or 30th of this year.
Mhm.
And move in September of the following year.
No, we would be moving in before that. So once the building improvements are done on the second and third floor, we could move the administrative functions down there. And then once the building improvements are done on the first floor, we would move the rest. So, we don't have a timeline for that yet. We would have to work with, one of our vendors to help us stage that move.
No, I was just thinking, just in terms of the cost is what I was thinking of, because if we can't move into the bottom floor, we have to keep paying rent on this place.
Yes,
That's-
but we're
that's-
confident that we can finish the move by September 30th, 2027.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, do you have more, Commissioner McKenzie?
Well, could you just tell us about iBank? That's a new one, I think. I don't remember talking about iBank before.
So iBank is a lender that lends just to government agencies, and their process is a little bit different than the traditional public bond sale. If we chose to go with the iBank, we wouldn't have to go out and get an independent rating. They would essentially give us a rating based upon our financial documents, and they've already indicated to us that they would give us a AA rating. That is one of the approaches. The other approach is a traditional bond sale. And there are pros and cons to each of those. And we would be bringing that financing recommendation to you at the July meeting. But they're both a 30-year term. They're both fairly low interest rates. The iBank interest rate is listed here as 4.64. The traditional bond sale route is a little bit lower. I think it's 4.52%. But it really is going to be dependent upon the day that the bond sale goes through and whatever the interest rate is on that day.
Commissioner Engberg, I see you have your hand raised. I do want to acknowledge that you sent your document ahead of time, so.
Yeah, sure. I'm not going to go into that. One thing that I do want to talk about, besides, thank you for referencing that, because I put time in it so I wouldn't have to spend time here going over it again. What I'm afraid of with this is a couple of things. One of them is that we don't know that this is the type of headquarters building we want. We might want a forward-facing headquarters building. We might want a hybrid, as I mentioned in my statement, and we might just want something that's focused on, providing the operational support. But that's a strategic decision. And a lot of what is happening here today, and a lot of what's happened in other situations where I felt compelled to have to vote no on, is that operational decisions are not strategic decisions. And like the planning of a library building, a headquarters especially, is a strategic decision. It's a decision to be made by the governing body, not by operations or by administration. And that's not happened with any of this. You're way down the road, and we haven't had the opportunity to talk at all either at a commission meeting or a special meeting to talk about this, about any of these ins and outs that Barbara's raised and other people have raised in connection with this project. I agree, we need a new headquarters building, but I don't know this is the type of headquarters building we know. And I think that's a decision for the commission to make after having the information in front of it about what's all involved with the decision. I also don't think that it's a time to make a decision because we don't have the policies in place that support this type of a project. This is a major property investment. It's not just going out and buying a 2-bedroom house somewhere. This is a major investment of taxpayers' funds. We need what policies do is they provide the guidance to our staff about how we want, as a commission, them to do what they're doing. And like with this, we can have in a policy, not only for this project, but other projects, here's what we look for in a project. This is what we look for in debt impact. This is what we look for in investment impact. This is what we look for in terms of, how to purchase the property and the kinds of people the kinds of actions we want to take in connection with that. And we don't have those policies. This is a library system that's been in place for a long time, and it's not an excuse to say, well, we've never had to do it before. We have to do it now, I feel, and I don't feel that we're ready to do that. I also don't think, as I mentioned in my statement, that it's not a prudent investment. I have looked, and if you have something that's otherwise, it says otherwise, but everything I've looked at from the Government Financial Officers Association and other sources is that it's not a prudent investment of public funds to do so without policies in place that govern that investment. And we don't have those in place. We can't do that on an ad hoc basis or to do it on, let's do it right now, or the sale's going to be closed. Because it's much like reminding me of the car salesman in the movie that's wanting to sell the undercoat to the buyers of the car in Fargo. That's the one. I mean, I don't know that I need this kind of a building. I don't know if I need a bigger building. I don't know what kind of a building we need. But that decision is one for the commission to make, and it's not one I feel for the staff to be making. And
The
so
staff's role
I'm going to
is to
vote
make
no.
recommendations, Commissioner Engbarth, and this is our recommendation.
This isn't a recommendation. This is a presentation of a fait accompli that's on the table without any reasonable time to debate or discuss any of the options. You've spent a year and a half talking among staff, talking among other folks, architects, everybody else and their uncle about what this is all about and how to do it. And there's not been any public discussion of this. It's not even in the budget. So I'm going to be voting no. You have to vote the way that you want to vote, but I do not feel, based on what we've been presented, that this is a prudent investment.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioner questions or comments? I see Commissioner Doyle and then Commissioner Cahill.
Just to note that before you joined the commission, Commissioner Engbarth, I believe we have been talking about the possibility of buying a building for a very long time. And in fact, the commission did say to the library director to keep looking and to look for a good possibility.
Right.
So I think that she has certainly done what we have wanted. And she's also said, here are the number of buildings that we've taken a look at. You know, in fact, we have a number of experts in the room with us, and we've heard from our realtor, and we also have David. I know I'm going to put you on the spot here, but David Chenet has been working with libraries for, I'm going to say 30 years, David, probably even more. And he has he's worked on local libraries. He's worked on acquisitions. He's worked on all kinds of things. And I just wonder, David, do you think this is a good deal?
Yeah, Commissioner Doyle, I just raised my hand because Commissioner Engbarth raised an important point, and similar to what Director Tebow mentioned, as this has been discussed in Group 4, we're privileged to work on the facility master plan, and it's discussed the role of the headquarters or the I think we were calling it the sort of system-wide service center, important role, and that the fact that the space was being outgrown, and that I think my notes show that the library will need to decide whether to stay or go before the lease is up for renewal next year. So this has just been something that's been very much in the public and staff and commission purview for quite some time. The other thing that we've had the good privilege of when we've worked with dozens and dozens of library systems around the country. Many of your county peers, some smaller direct-sized peers and ones quite large. And as I've listened in on some of these discussions, like what's the role of a headquarters? Is this for staff? And as it states in our master plan and is really common knowledge, this is you need this back of house operations. I like the analogy of the restaurant. You can't come into a restaurant and without the kitchen and all the back of house stuff to make that experience, and the library needs this. And before you have a county system, all of these operations end up being in every single library. And I've seen library after library around the country where meeting rooms are taken up and shelving is reduced and other things because there's no space. And if you do it community by community and not county-wide, there's terrible inefficiencies in that. So gathering the administrative functions together in 2018, you gather together them into your present headquarters, and that really streamlines operations, makes it very efficient, very impactful, and very sort of great stewardship of public funds there. I think it's right to tap in Commissioner Doyle to have me weigh in and just share a few experiences of what is the type of facility that one could look at for central services facility, or headquarters, as we sometimes call it. And we've had people come into all sorts of warehouses and all sorts of different types of commercial buildings and the rest. And I must say that this project at 1400 North McDowell is picture perfect for you. Like this is, it's a combination of R&D style building. So it has a ground floor meant for the types of things that have technology stuff going on now in the present tenant space, but would be great for your sorting and operations and facilities crews, and some things that where you have compact shelving and heavy weights. Those things are perfect for the ground floor, and wide open flexible spaces with really good access to daylight on multiple sides, general amenities, lots of parking, really high quality restrooms, other amenities. And so it's really sort of picture perfect for coming in. And a couple of things for every time we look at a project budget, we think of, 5.4 million. It sounds like a lot of money. That is, I've got my notes here somewhere. It's really just, I think it's around $10 a square foot for this. So let me try to find and speak more accurately of it here. I wrote this down. Oh, I'm sorry, it's $75 a square foot. I misspoke. But as you know, as we're looking at the Roseland Library and Hearn Hub, new construction is $1,000 a foot. $75 is very much an indication that this building is move-in condition. We haven't done detailed inspections. Our role has been to say, hey, how well can you move in? And the idea is right. Commissioner Engbarth says, well, services evolve and change, and that's true. And this building was designed for that. Like, it has a raised floor for access wiring, it has exposed ceilings so that you can move things around. And when we looked at different ways of moving, what would the budget be for utilization of the space, we found there were lots of different options. We did 3 different ones, and this was the lowest cost one that came in, and you're essentially using furniture and mobile demountable partitions, a flexible strategy, rather than building lots of new walls up to the ceiling where you'd have to change the inherent HVAC and other things. So the building really just works quite well for the purposes that you have there. And so I can go on and answer other specific questions, but Commissioner Doyle, I think that is at least a good intro to that without taking up too much of your time.
Thank you so much, David.
We've got Commissioner Cahill and then Commissioner Riley.
Yes, 2 things. With regard to the unassigned fund balance, I've been saying for more than a year, almost, to the ad hoc capital projects committee, that I would be willing to go for $1 million or $2 million out of the unassigned fund balance. This is far more than that. Approximately 4.1 to 5.4. And we know this figure is going to be low. Just consider our recent refreshes and the original and the final costs of the Roseland permanent building. This is too much for me. I think we're constraining ourselves. I know it's the financially preferred, but it's just too close to using up all our discretion. The other one is, that we have never had an independent evaluation, an independent appraisal of the value of this property. The county does. The county does independent appraisals of its major real estate purchases. Barbara has more information on that. And last year, earlier in the year, they had decided to pay $56 million for a project up by the airport at 400 Aviation Boulevard, a high-end office building. And last fall, they pulled the plug because the price for 56 million was $10 million in excess of an independent appraisal. The purchaser and seller thought it was a great deal. The independent appraisal came in much less, and the county pulled the plug. Now, I talked with Kevin on Saturday afternoon, May 2nd. This is an email I sent to Barbara and shared with Erica about the independent appraisal. And it says, it's fairly short. Barbara, Kevin called me on Saturday afternoon and he finally untangled the financial history of this project. The present owner of the project, Basin Street, built the building in the 1980s or 90s. Basin Street sold it to a firm called Equity Office Partners. A while later, that firm got into trouble, so it sold the property back to Basin Street in 2005. But this was not a normal sale. Instead, it was a distressed sale. Basin Street bought it for about 50% of what it was worth. At that time, the assessor's office appraised it using the distressed value as its market value. 20 years passed. Its current assessed value has grown due to the annual 2% increase in value assumed by the assessor's office to $5,480,317. Discounting that amount by 2% 20 times, my calculation is that in 2005, the distressed sale price was about $3,700,000. The taxes on the property with this distressed figure as the basis from 2005 forward are far lower than there would be using the true market value. Kevin said that low taxes equal higher net income. Certainly true. I asked Kevin when the property had recently been listed for sale. He said it had never been listed because the tenants might have found out, but he had learned that Basin Street was willing to sell to us. So this property has never, at least in this century, received an accurate appraisal based on the true market value. We really need an independent appraisal. So from my point of view, without an independent appraisal, we're not protecting the public interest. And so that's why I'm going to be voting no.
Commissioner Riley.
First of all, I want to say this has been approached very thoughtfully. Thank you. The decision ahead of us is clearly a big one, and yet it is, to me at least, very clearly the right move in a number of dimensions: fiscal responsibility, public interest, among others. As I mentioned the last time we discussed this agenda item, based on my personal involvement over the last 5 years with land use planning in Petaluma, the property, even beyond being recommended by staff as is, for being fit and the best option of the things that they looked at, is particularly interesting in its proximity to a planned 15-minute neighborhood, public transit, other services, and critically, the zoning changes that would allow for greater flexibility in use of that parcel that present us opportunities to not just say lease to commercial tenants to help defray the cost of ongoing service of the building, but even allowing for novel opportunities that we couldn't possibly conceive of necessarily, like partnering with revenue and partnership opportunities with other kinds of developers who maybe disuse parts of the parking lot, or who knows. To me, the opportunity cost of not moving forward on this is steep, is extremely steep. It comes in terms of the financial cost of a lease that is unbounded and will keep growing. To me, it also comes in terms of the cost, the rising costs of purchases of in the future as property values go up, as well as the costs of doing capital improvement projects. There is uncertainty in those figures. And if we can get rid of one bit of uncertainty financially for this system, that's great news to me. And yet it's not even just about the financial opportunity costs. It's also about the opportunity costs for the library staff, the administration, the facilities, the support staff, and their ability to be a strong trunk for a growing library system that is vital. I think about what we heard from the folks in Occidental today. This is vital for Sonoma County, and our library system and the people who support it deserve the very best. And it is clear that we are very constrained by continuing to lease in a place that is too small, in a place that we cannot put capital improvement projects into because we don't own it. Or if we are, we're doing it at the being too generous to the property owner, right? That could be an asset for the library and for the community. So just briefly wrapping up here, I've also previously made reference to how decades of the successive classes of Sonoma County Board of Supervisors have failed again and again to make decisions in terms of property acquisition and development in a way that has hurt taxpayers, has hurt the civil servants who serve us, and all of us who interface with them. And that kind of decision-making is it's just not leadership. It's just not forward-looking. And I would be, those are not footsteps that I want to follow in. We have a great opportunity in front of us. We can do better than that. We can do better for the communities we serve, the JPA partners who appointed us. And yeah, I think we have a great opportunity here, and I'm excited to vote in favor of it.
Commissioner Elkind and then Commissioner McKenzie.
Just a quick comment, Dave. I appreciate your question about appraisal. I was just looking online to see what are construction costs in Sonoma County. Warehouse space typically costs between, it says $250 and $400 per square foot. And that would be like the first floor. Office space had a higher cost. And that was $350 to $650 a square foot. So I don't mean to be glib, but I don't feel like I need an appraisal to say I can buy a building for half of what it would cost to build one. That feels like a reasonable decision.
Commissioner McKenzie?
A few comments. I agree. It sounds like a reasonable number, but it seems to me that the use of public funds, we should have an independent appraisal. And that's the one thing. I haven't talked to anybody else in the commission about this purchase, but David and I did talk about that. And it just seemed to be good practice to me to, defend the cost. I know we can't build a building. It costs a fortune to build a building. So the best we can do is to buy a building that's already built. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. My frustration has to do one thing, that we're 11-member commission, we meet once a month. And so one month we had talked about something, the next month something else. And just because of the way we meet and we weren't able to have a special meeting, it feels like, it just is stretched out. I agree with Fred that this is something that really needs a full public and us talking about it. I think the concept of, I appreciated David's remarks about this was a made to order building, and that's great. But we have never had a conversation as a commission of like, what if we buy a great big building and it's a headquarters or whatever it is, what do we want? Do we want to have a public facing aspect to it? Should the archives, the county archives that were the custodians, be in there, and then we would have a public use of the building, and we can't do it in this building. Erica and I have talked about this. But it's kind of just like it has a piecemeal feel to it. I mean, here's an opportunity, let's go for it and that's where I agree with Fred that we haven't had the big picture, the vision, the what do we really want in a building. It just played out differently, like what can we find, and then, build into it that way.
So just in terms of an appraisal, we can certainly do that during the loan contingency period. It's a 3 months, and that's plenty of time for an appraisal.
Takes about 6 to 8 weeks, that was.
Okay, I'm not put down. In terms of the 5.4 million, I don't think any of us are concerned that that's some huge amount of money for improvements, but it's just relative to how much we have. And when we have if we had a $50 million, unassigned fund balance, that's very different. So I don't think we're complaining about that price, or we understand the relativity of it. It's just, we have to look at it in proportion to what we have, what we expect, in the current times. I didn't know in reading through this about the $4 million that all been put aside for something. So that, kind of affects my thinking about it, makes me more comfortable, but just another thing that we didn't really know about. And it's just this function of trying to do this big, heavy, largest one-time purchase we'll ever do, and have it in this kind of stop and start kind of way because of the way the commission meets. And I don't want to vote against this. I want to vote, I want to support the mission, the administration's staff report and recommendation. But I have these, big negatives that it's in Petaluma, that, 100 employees or so are going to be driving farther, twice a day, that it doesn't have a public use to it. And so, as somebody said to me in the library, Petaluma is a large city and only has one library. And so, it could use maybe a second library, but this can't be it because it doesn't
So
have
it
the use.
doesn't currently have a public use. That doesn't mean that it couldn't. That's just not part of the building improvement plan that we have proposed. Because we wanted to take the most economical improvement plan with the expectation that we could develop this building further in preceding years.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say is that the timing is very unfortunate, because here we are in June, and in July, it's going to be the last meeting of several experienced commissioners. And so it kind of adds extra pressure to make this decision and not put it off. And I don't know. I guess I just still not really comfortable with it. So thank you. Those are my.
I see that David from Group 4 put his hand up. So David, I just wanted to come back to you for a second. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lagos. So just there are two comments there that I think pertain to, one was, I think Commissioner Cahill questioned if rightly so, there's a lot of experience in public projects with budget creep and the rest. And so we made a point of doing, as Director Tebow said, a public works project here. Some of this work, there are ways that it might be obtained at lower cost, and there's scope flexibility in there. So I think budgeting with a modest amount of escalation, we did include phasing, some extra costs for the phasing that was discussed earlier about the tenant being in there and how the work was conducted. So generally, this being mostly sort of furniture, and I said this $75 a square foot piece, this is much more manageable than a whole ground up new construction and the types of risks and uncertainties you get with that. There are also two comments that were made to Commissioner McKenzie was brought up again, the sort of public facing one. And I think Director Tebow mentions that there's a lot of flexibility for the space. It has a very first class like lobby area that could be used to either bring the archives in, you could do a maker space, you could bring other tenants in here in the future, public service. There's really great flexibility in that space that you have, which a lot of other types of spaces and that little bit of surplus space that you have, mostly the sort of second floor, would allow you to rearrange things in the building in the future. So I think in addition to the economic and staff points that were made so well, I think just that public facing discussion and what would it be, it's premature right now. This is right now just looking to take care of the needs of the physical current staff here, but long range thinking, which you as a commissioner should have, there's a lot, I think, opportunity for public facing or partners, which is definitely sort of long-term strategies that you and your peers will likely have. So
Thank you, David. I see. Thank you, Commissioner Halen. Hold on. Commissioner Engbarth, do you still have your hand up from previous, or is this a new hand up?
Two questions, since it just now came up. We're talking about flexibility of that building? What are the load limits for the second and third floor?
See, I believe they're probably at office loading at is what they are. So they wouldn't be appropriate without modification for high storage and compact load, but that we're designing new multi-story libraries that for office loading
Yeah,
as
so
well.
if you're going to be
ground-
putting books like in the archive or a lot of documents in the building, is that load right now sufficient to maintain that weight?
Uh, ground floor, yes. Compact shelving would require reinforcement. You have enough space that you could take the high density storage and lower its density by spreading it out.
Okay,
And
so it's not as flexible as it may sound. The other part of that is I understand right now, even though the future, I know the city's looking at changes, but I understand that there's zoning limits on that property right now because of the climate change issues and the flood zone placement. Um, so I'm wondering whether those zoning restrictions affect the idea of making that a public space for things like an archives or for large group meetings or anything like that, as opposed to an industrial space.
So there are mitigation strategies that can be used on the first floor. You know, as I said in my email, you know, they have those retention ponds. And those retention ponds are actually designed for runoff. And
Yeah,
they
I
actually, let me finish, they actually, the water actually travels underground to a pool that is outside of the facility.
Yeah.
And the other thing, you know, as David Schnee pointed out, you know, they have raised floors. There are other things that we can do to mitigate any of those risks,
Right.
including, you know, elevating equipment, you know, lots of strategies.
All at our cost.
This is all 100 years from now.
Yeah, yeah. So the other part of that was I was not talking about, and I put the two of them together by mistake. I was talking about regular zoning limits on that property. Do the zoning limits there allow public function activities like large meetings or groups or anything else? This is a question for Group 4.
Yeah, I have not
I believe
specifically.
I believe Commissioner Riley has the answer to that question.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So again, I was on Petaluma's General Plan Advisory Committee for 5 years, and the draft general plan that was just passed by the City Council and is going through its final rounds of approval include zoning changes for this parcel specifically, which is currently zoned for industrial, like office park only. The new zoning is going to be, I think they call it neighborhood commercial mixed use. So a bit of a mouthful, but the whole point is mixed use.
It always is.
With the intention of whether you do events, retail, library, a wedding, events, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
That's all allowed by the
But
zoning.
that's not in place right now.
That is the zoning code that the Planning Commission is presently putting into place.
Well, but it hasn't been put to the City Council yet for a vote.
Yes, it has.
Okay.
The City Council voted to approve that, and it's just going through its final environmental impact.
I'd like to see a copy of that and the implementation.
You can look at planpetaluma.org. It's all there.
Yeah, I thought that I did, but maybe I'll look again. Is
Can
there?
we call the question? We've got Commissioner Cahill with a question.
Yes, but Erica, want to pursue your concept of getting an independent appraisal? Is that what, did I understand you correctly?
Yes, we can do that as part of our loan contingency.
I'm sorry.
We can do that as part of the loan contingency.
So that the loan would be contingent on the purchase price being not to exceed the appraisal. Would that be correct?
During the loan contingency, we can get the appraisal and we can put it as a condition in the contract that the appraisal must meet or be greater than the appraised price.
Okay, can that be put as part of our of the record in tonight's proceeding, or what?
Amara, our property attorney is on the line. Amara, did you hear the question?
I did. I think, at this point, we haven't obviously approved or signed the agreement. If the commission makes it a condition, we would go back to the seller and say that we need to make a modification. The terms have been conditionally, approved. So we would go back to the seller and say, we need this additional change to the purchase agreement.
Okay, thank you. I am going to make the motion to move that the Sonoma County Library Commission approve the resolution authorizing the purchase of the property at 1400 North McDowell Boulevard.
Second.
And we have a second, Commissioner Doyle. Is there any public comment? Is there anyone left? Okay, we are going to do a roll call vote. Commissioner Cahill.
No.
Commissioner Doyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Engbarth.
No.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
No.
Commissioner Poles.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. The motion passes. All right. Go find us a new home. Okay. We are doing so good, everybody. Oh, yes, Commissioner McKenzie.
I wasn't clear, our attorney suggested the change to the purchase agreement.
No.
No.
Amendment.
It's an
Amendment,
amendment,
but
a
we didn't do an
modification.
amendment.
No. Correct.
So we're not gonna require an independent appraisal?
Correct. That's correct.
Correct. Do we need to require it or can we just? No.
Well,
We moved it as.
That's
such.
why I voted no.
I'm not sure. Amara said, I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself, Amara?
Yes, the terms, the parties, the staff has come to, some agreement that you have seen the purchase agreement in your in the report here. If the commission decides that it wants to have a condition that it be also contingent on being no greater than the purchase price, we can go back to the seller and require that as part of your decision. If you just agree to the motion that's in front of you for the current proposal, then that would not contain that condition. You would need to approve it with the condition if that's what the commission wants.
Yep, Commissioner Elkins.
Yeah, I have a question for you. With conventional financing, like if I were buying a home, I couldn't get a loan for an amount greater than the appraisal. Does that condition not apply with bond financing? Could we obtain a bond greater than the value of the property?
I think your bond counsel is still on here that can probably answer that better than I can.
Yes, Scott, please proceed.
Yes, I can address that. There's no direct tie between an appraised value and the cost of the property or project that's being purchased or constructed. So as long as the proceeds will be spent within 3 years and don't vastly exceed a reasonable price for the purchase, there's no one-to-one mechanical requirement to get an independent appraisal or independent sense of value for a project or a building that's being purchased with the use of bond proceeds.
Thank you for the
Yeah, and I'll
clarification.
just add that this was it was a commercially, it was on the market at a commercial value, that there was, willing buyer and a willing seller at a certain price, that it wasn't just a one party decision on the price. if that makes sense. So it was on the market. And that's typically seen as a pretty good marker for the market value, the current market
Just
value.
point out that there was no public listing. There was no market for this property. It was a private sale because Kevin found out they were willing to sell. So I hope that, Erica, you pursue the appraisal and we'll see what it says.
Yes, thank you for your comment.
Maybe
The
not.
Basin Street decided to sell the building. They put it out to their brokers who are involved, represent Basin Street in the sale, JLL Commercial Real Estate. They put it out to clients. They broadcasted it. They are out there trying to sell it as an owner-user play, which the library is doing, or to a multi-tenant investor that would redevelop the parcel. They initially own all 3 buildings. The sister building is owned by an investor that also has In-Phase as a tenant. So they are actively trying to sell this building.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner McKenzie.
The fact that they're actually actively trying to sell and haven't sold feeds again to this idea of the appraisal. And with all of our experts that we have online with us, I would just want confirmation that it is not good that public policy does not require, an independent appraisal. I just can't believe that we wouldn't require that. And now that if we voted, or the majority vote is to go ahead with this purchase agreement, it doesn't matter what the appraisal says anyway, because the decision has already been made to go ahead, whatever price. So anyway, I want to go on record. That's why I voted no.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have a couple more items on our agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Item number 12.1, nominations for chair and vice chair. Commissioner, I'm gonna go with Commissioner Green, who hasn't had a hand raised. Commissioner Green.
Well, hello. I will not be putting myself forward as vice chair, and I would like to nominate Commissioner Goldberg for vice chair.
Yeah.
Did she put herself forward and then?
No, she said she will.
She's not, yes.
I am not.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes, Commissioner Green beat me to it, but I would like to nominate Commissioner Lagos to continue as chair.
Second.
Yes.
Third, fourth.
It's not turning. Are you sure you want me still? Okay. All right. Do we have any other nominations? Okay. Moving on to commission and liaison reports.
Yeah.
Take us with you.
Thank you.
Bring a bottle of wine. Commissioner reports. Anything to add to our commissioner reports?
I'm sorry,
Commissioner Doyle.
I'm sure that everybody read everybody's commission report with great clarity. But I just want to say that I was honored to be able to do the commencement speech for the San Jose State University Library School's commencement address last month. I know, right? And then they surprised me with an alumna award for lifetime achievement.
Wow.
So I just get to brag about that.
Does that mean that your lifetime's over and you can stop the work?
How can they miss me when I won't go away? So no, I'm not going away from library things. But then also, Washington State is watching California closely. And so the Snow Isle Library has invited me up to talk about advocacy. And I think that a lot of it is because they're thinking about putting a ballot measure on. And so I can talk about all the good things that we did here. So sorry to drag out the meeting, but.
Hey, very good, yeah.
Hey, any updates to 13.2 committee and liaison reports? Commissioner McKenzie, anything for finance and committee report?
It's all there.
Okay. Anything for 13.2.2 measure Y? Commissioner McKenzie?
No, we had a good meeting. I didn't submit it. Oh, wait, we haven't met since the last time I reported.
Can I
It's the first
I
time.
have a question about Measure Y. When does Measure W, when does, I should know that, but
So Measure W sunsets March 31st and Measure
Measure Y.
sunsets March 31st and Measure W begins April 1st.
so then do all of the commissioners have to appoint a
appointed,
new?
yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Wait, of this year.
Next year.
Next year.
Okay, item 13.2.3, Sonoma County Historic Records Commission report. Commissioner Goldberg, anything to add? 13.2.4, you have anything to add for foundation? Okay. 13.2.5, the lab ad hoc committee provided an update. Any questions? Commissioner Riley.
Just one question on a matter of process. What is the way to, and sorry, I have my handbook here that I just got today, so I don't know the answer to this yet. What is the way to request or get appointed to that committee? Because that's something that I would like to be involved with and help.
That's a good question. You were not here when we formed.
That's right.
As long as you don't have a quorum.
We do not have a quorum.
Yeah. Then I think it's the chair.
That's me. Come on down.
Please and thank you.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
One thing,
Yes.
we have a whole bunch of commissioners leaving soon.
And if their position doesn't get filled quickly, you may have a quorum. You better watch out with numbers there.
Good point. Okay, thank you very much. We'll keep an eye on that and I'll reach out to Commissioner Riley. Any old or new business? Commissioner Doyle, you are killing me.
It's like. I'm not sure that it fits in here, but I'm gonna make it fit in here. This is going to be an interesting year leading up to the elections. So I think that we need to monitor somehow, whether we create an advocacy committee, whether we create a task force, whether we do something. But we have to be aware of election results at all levels, I think, because it's gonna have an impact on libraries. And I'm leaving the commission, so this is, but I think it's going to be important when I'm gone. So if there's, perhaps I could ask for an ad hoc committee, a task force, or does that need a second, or does anybody think that that's a good idea?
What kind of task force?
Advocacy.
Can we have a little discussion about it next month, maybe?
Can we have a discussion about it next month? What a good idea.
Is there a second for that?
What a good idea.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. I was teasing. Okay. We'll put that also as an agenda item for future commission meetings. Anything else? All righty. The date and time of our next meeting is Wednesday, July 1st at library headquarters at 6 p.m. We are adjourned.
Bye, everyone.